Right. Buckle on in a 4 hour plus video. So, if you missed it, I was joined by the venerable Judge Chris, and we sat down and we went through the entirety of the common and rare spoilers for Compendium of Wraith. That's what, 280 some cards, right? So, hence the 4 hour time frame. Now, this was our first go at something like this, so do cut us a little bit of slack. I've done my best to go over it, edit it down. I'm not going to call it watchable because it's 4 hours plus, but I'll include the chapters. So if you want to find the specific class or talent that you're looking for and you want to hear our thoughts and opinions on that segment of cards, you can, right? But aside from that, it was just an absolute blast having someone to actually discuss things with and, bounce ideas back and forth. Not to mention to have the actual judge perspective for some of these cards because there is some interesting new sort of mechanics and interactions, as well as someone who has a different perspective to me. Because although I like to dabble in a ton of heroes, I can't cover them all, right? So to have someone a bit more familiar in classes and heroes that I don't tend to play or gravitate towards was just fantastic. So yeah, I don't honestly expect anyone to watch it from start to finish, but if you're game, cool. But either way, it's here. We did live stream it, so there is the VOD, but YouTube's a bit weird about recommending VODs. So I wanted to get it up, right? And again, there'll be the chapters so that you can find specifically what you are looking for or most interested in listening to. But again, right, this was our first crack at it, so bear that in mind.
We have a lot of cards to get through, my friend.
Yeah, 280 some,
Yeah.
which is basically a normal set, isn't it?
Yeah, effectively. Like, this is one of, if not the biggest set they've ever released. I've been kind of making it, or comparing it to something like a Masters set in other TCGs, just because of how many reprints are in there. But it also, with the amount of cards that are so pivotal to competitive play, it feels like a core set.
Yeah, well, there's not a reprint in sight, which is something I got completely wrong because I was expecting at least the generic staples, but there's nothing here.
I thought there was one.
Was there one? Well, aside from
Aside
the antiquity
from,
cards, for instance, or the
no,
legendaries.
I'm sure I saw an Earth one. Some random Earth card. I'm like, why are you reprinting? No, sorry, Cloud cover. It's Cloud cover.
Oh, right. Yeah, okay. Well,
That was,
I guess because there wasn't a precon to stick it in,
I
and it's
guess.
not really a gem pack card, so
Yeah,
it needed a reprint somewhere.
yeah, I guess. I think it was Cloud cover. I can't remember. I'm sure we'll find it anyway. Let's increase that to 100 cards page. All right. Um, I start from the top and work our way down. I guess we can just go
Yeah,
by class.
that's probably the simplest way.
Yeah. Oh well, I guess the first thing they ever spoiled was Savage Claw, right? Like that was like literally card one.
Yeah,
Like,
as
um,
RKO's signature weapon, the good
yeah.
old must pitch a 6 in a deck that doesn't run yellow or blue sixes. Well, aside from like outside interference, and
Yeah.
then it's also meant to
But
be
you
a
don't
chain
want to be
ender.
you don't want to be pitching that anyway.
No,
Yeah. I guess it's fine when Mandible leaves. Like it's like until then it's like it's cool. Sure. I think it's much easier in not RKO, in regular KO.
yeah,
Like
like I'd
he,
love this weapon if KO sticks around
yeah.
because it's
He's
always going to be on.
Yeah, it's getting close. But I'm not a huge brute enthusiast. So when it comes to brute cards, I'm not exactly the person to speak to. Whereas I see you're much more of a brute aficionado than I am. So
Yep, first hero I
let's
ever played.
let's talk about some of these rare equipment pieces then, eh?
Yeah, there's some pretty cool stuff that might have maybe been in a precon.
So the helm, I kind of like that there is a way that you can block with it more if you're already going to be drawing and discarding. Uh, Discarding sixes on the defensive turn doesn't seem as impactful as on like an offensive turn.
Yeah,
It doesn't really turn on a whole lot, but I guess there are some edge cases where it's okay. Because Reinhardt says your action phase, right? Not either action
I
phase.
believe so. Yeah, so it's not. It would be nice if it was like a budget scaling. Although if it worked with Rhino, it would be better than scaling.
Yeah. So, I mean, predatory plating. That's just like any rare equipment that blocks two is already like good. right? Like it's already passable. But being able to gain one on a chain link where you're probably already playing stuff like Wild Ride,
Yeah.
like like that just seems good.
Well, because the nice thing is it can help you pitch into correctly discarding, which is something that the gauntlets do very well. Like break the chain, use it to siphon a resource, or use it to pitch something like a red, or float off the blue and then go into the attack you want.
Yeah, because um, and yeah, this only like you said, like the arms only get destroyed if you happen to use the spell void. So that's something that you're able to do more than once if you need to.
Mm.
I don't know if you've pitched a card, you don't pitch a card to it, right? Yeah. So, um, so these boots. So everyone gave Guardian a lot of shit when they announced that helmet in the precon. That was a functional reprint of Nullrune.
Yeah.
I am not seeing anywhere near as much shit for these boots. I don't know if that's just because it was just announced, or like I don't know why Brute gets pass, but Guardian didn't.
I think everyone's just complacent when it comes to Brute. Like, as much as everyone wants Savage Lands, we kind of go, yeah, it's okay. But then Guardian got the Mastery Pack, and that was kind of a shit show for a lot of them. So I feel like they're a
Right.
little bit hurt that they just get a Null Rune reprint.
Yeah, but we will click on this, and so it is gonna be the cheapest way to get a cold foil in this slot if you don't want to buy Null Rune Alpha. Like it technically sidesteps the cold foil reprint policy. So whether that's an entirely different conversation,
Yeah,
I
I was gonna say,
suppose.
like, how do you feel about that?
Like it's interesting. I think it's a tool they can use very sparingly because
Yeah,
like
for very minor effects like this.
I think that the difference here, like, and something they would be able to defend, right, is Nullrune's generic literally goes in everything, right? So once you've got it for every class forever. Whereas these ones, like, it's only in the leg slot and it's only for Brute, and the other one's like it's only in the head slot and it's only for Guardian. And so if you and the Nullrune pieces are a lot more flexible in that regard. Whereas, like, well, if I want to run Scab Skins, I'm not running these, am I? Right? Like it's in a slot for Brute that I would say is particularly contested. Like
Yeah,
beaten trackers, for example, right? Like it's a
it's not
very
your
highly
usual arcane piece to swap out.
no. So like, in that sense, it's probably less desirable than Null Rune pieces in other slots for Brute. So like you know, I can see that, but I also like it definitely raises an eyebrow as someone who is a collector, like that swears by their cold foil reprint policy, which actually, as an aside, after the Gem Pack 4 reveal and seeing another Marvel Nitro Mechanoid, that interests me a lot. Um, if that's coming in just rainbow or if it's non-foil, because theoretically they can't print that in cold.
No. And
So
it was both a Marvel cold foil and a normal cold foil in the set as well.
correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so like and because it is an exact reprint of that card, even though it's different art, like because it's different art, you're allowed to do rainbow, but you cannot do cold. All right, back to some other cards here. Interestingly, some of the rares are only in one color. So
Yeah, but
normally,
we were talking about that with Edict of Steel, and it does
hmm,
seem that's the shift they're making, where rares are going to be more specific cards, and then commons will still be your full color set.
yeah. So, but like I think there were some rares, maybe in like one or two colors. But being a little bit more specific with rares, I think is a good thing. So for like our first one, here's rip off the top. A yellow, draw a card, then pitch a random card from your hand. If it has 6 or more, your next attack gets +3.
And 2 block.
Yes,
Because it
I
belts
mean
drop.
that does seem pretty good. Because like I think the thing about Brute that they got right, which they get wrong with things like Bolton, is if you're going to go card negative for a small effect, like it either needs to be super impactful or it needs to have a way to replace itself.
Yeah.
And
At
so,
least the nice thing about it though is it's pitch a random card, but you get an effect if it's 6 or more. So it doesn't fizzle like Blood Rush or anything like that. So you're still going to get the core value out of it.
yeah, you still get that card that you did pitch, but I think the thing that makes it a little interesting to me is it's already 1 cost, so you need to pitch something already. So you may have something already floating, and then you're asked to pitch something else. But it does say next to tap. So if you pitch a card to play Rip Off the Top, and Rip Off the Top is the only card in hand, and then you draw a card, pitch it, you could rock.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
it gives
like,
Rock more access to everyone.
yeah.
Well,
So
except KO because he's missing an arm.
yeah, yeah. Rip KO. Aggressive pounce. It's fine. It's common. That's like, uh, it's I guess another copy of Wild Ride um, in Rhinar.
Yeah, but is it that great because it requires you to have discarded first,
Mm,
and Reiner's not really go 3 attack wide as much as
yeah,
KO. He's a bit more controlly.
yeah. So I don't know. And then if there's anything else you want to say about cards before we move on, just stop me.
Yeah, fair enough.
Bear Hug. This one is weird because you cannot play this and pitch a card that is 6 or more to it. In order to declare this as a card that you play, you must have already pitched a card with 6 or more this turn. It's kind of the same restriction like why you can't pitch the last card in your hand to activate Rock. So because this says play this only if you have pitched a card, because the order of play is play a card, then pay for costs. So Bear Hug to me seems like a really weird card. It's probably okay like obviously Tough Nut is in the art, right? So you would activate Tough Nut pitch card and it's in the pitch zone. So in that instance, it's fine.
Well, as
But
long as Mandible Claw is still around in Sage, it's just a 2 cost 7, right?
explain.
Well, because you cut out for Sage, the only 2 for 8
Yeah.
that Brute has access to is Bare Fangs.
Yeah.
You then have 2 for 7s. There's the one from Super Slam, but that's 2 block, and if it's blocked out, your opponent gets a Vigor. So this being a 2 for 7 Chain Ender, with Mandible Claw fully in play.
It's a great chain ender, absolutely. But there is still that thing that you need to jump through. So it's not one of those things where, unlike the only person that can like
Consistently do it would
consistently,
be
I'd be saying Tough Nut there.
KO.
Like
Okay.
on lower card hands, just because that you like it can. I think Tough Nut's the only person that can. Because like with Mandible Claw, you needed to discard a card to give that go again, right? But you still need to pitch a card to it. Like so, in that scenario, you've still got 2 or 3 cards in hand to work with to get to that point. But like I'm more thinking as like, oh well, like how do you hold a 2-card hand with Bear Hug and still use it?
Yeah. Well, for me personally, it's just it ups the overall value of the deck by 1, so that when you are just cycling your hand sporadically through draw discard, it might show up.
Okay, yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, like I get it is a common, like it has to have some hoop to jump through, and it blocks 3, right? Like that's in Brute. You always love seeing block 3 with all the block 2s and moons that are in those decks.
Yeah, plus just another yellow 6.
Yeah, yellow. Yeah, that is a good point. Yellow 6 is a huge. All right, then we get to Guardian. Everyone's favorite card, and I already see someone shit talking in chat, Enclosed Firemind, Arcane Barrier 1. But I think Guardian has a little bit more of a reason to have things like this, because Guardian is probably the class that has the most likelihood of having effects that say like Guardian equipment blocks for maybe +1 this turn. Like we haven't seen it yet, but
No.
like I would see
with the Brute one, I'm sort of less hopeful.
Well, like, here's the thing, right? Like, if anyone was going to get it, it would be Guardian later on down the
Yeah.
line, right? And I think that this goes into a broader conversation. It's just like spoiler alert, I'm a warrior player, and I like back in the day, in the Monarch era, like Guardians and warriors were the ones with equipment, right? Their niche was the fact that they had the fridge. They were the tanks, right? They were the ones that had the best blocking equipment. And now every single class has 2 blocks, right? So it's like, how do you give some of that uh, niche back to those kind of more tanky frontliney classes without it going insane? Like, we're
Yeah.
not going to print a card that has Temper 3, right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. At least if it's something in the deck, it takes time to find it and then has a cost associated to it. Even if it's a zero, obviously just playing a card.
yeah. And so it's one of those things. It's like, well, if anyone was going to get it, yeah, you would need to find it in the deck, and then I think the only time I remember seeing an effect like that was actually in Mech, uh, in the Evo package. Fabricate, I think, sort of allowed equipment to block a little bit more, if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
yeah,
It's a +1, I think.
yeah, yeah. So, like, I would like to see effects like that, but that's kind of going off on a tangent here. The chess piece, playing an aura, tap, pay 1, create a seismic. That's just really good in any aura strategy, which they seem to be pushing a lot. We'll get to a lot more auras in here,
Yeah,
but
especially
it's a
because they're sort
cool,
of awkward costs as well, where you're sort of left over with resources most of the time. So it's
yeah,
nice to have something akin to Tectonic.
yeah. It is a mini tectonic for Sage, right? And I think that's awesome. And the fact that it's another block 2 piece of equipment is great. Doesn't destroy itself, so you can use it for the entire game. Um, Another Spell Void 3 arms. I didn't realize that was like a thing we were doing.
Yep.
Um,
Super, super handy for Sage. This will be the last time I bring it up, but again, kind of feels like it should be in the precon.
yeah. Well, if we're looking at the precons, if you're balancing the precons against each other,
It's overkill, yeah.
uh, yeah. The only person that like it would even be slightly okay against is the Icelander matchup in the ones that we've seen.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, but I agree. I don't disagree with it. I can kind of understand where they made that decision. Basalt boots, just I think this is great design for a rare piece of equipment. There's a way you can get like 3 block out of it, which is huge for any non-legendary equipment. But you
Yep.
have to jump through a hoop to get there.
And not give your opponent a quicken.
Guardians have had the worst luck in the shoe slot for the longest time. Uh, but there are still some Guardians that don't revolve around the Seismic Surge plan. And so for those Guardians, they'll probably still like Civic Steps. So my judge Civic Steps are not going to be completely put in the bin. So that's great. Anything else on the equipment before we move on to
Nah, all good.
other stuff? Sweet. Valahai Revered. This is a card I have not seen. When this defends, you may pay up to 3 resources, create that many Seismic Surge tokens. So we saw these sorts of modular effects a lot in Super Slam. So it's kind of cool to see things like that. And more on the defensive side. So like in those block strategies where if you've got a blue in hand, it sets you up for the next turn anyway.
Yeah.
I don't
But it gives you the
know.
flexibility for something like Staunch, for instance, where maybe you don't end up pitching into Staunch and then you use it for this.
Yeah, or if you block, maybe create like, or yeah, if you plan on playing something like a 1 cost defense reaction or a 2 cost defense reaction, it allows you to play 1 into this or 2 into this. So yeah, that flexibility is interesting, and that way you still get the benefit of those resources on your next turn. So if you pitch a blue to play a 1 or 2 cost, you still get one of those resources on your next turn, rather than losing floating resources on the defense, which is sometimes it feels bad when you have to pitch to defense reactions.
Yeah. It's also a
Uh,
great card for Velda.
yeah,
Because that was one of the rough spots was a lot of the cards from Mastery Pack put you at 2 through like the shield. Was it? Is it Shield Bash? No, that doesn't sound right. Crash and Bash. The Crash and
Correct.
Bash, flip a card from your hand, Crush, get a Seismic Surge. That plus maybe the one from Tectonic, or if you're running Earth or Bounty, and you just one short, whereas this can either make up that gap or just fully turn on Velda.
Yeah. Straight into put them in their place. I've been hit by that a few times. Distant Rumbling. When this enters the arena, draw a card, then put a card from your hand. 5th from the
Yeah,
top.
I was going to ask, how do you feel about this? Because it was only for Mecha Klloo so far, but now that's on this card, like card sharking is a worry for me at least.
Like, yeah, but like generally speaking, when you're resolving effects, something like where any the information is not entirely known to both parties. So, for example, like the top of the deck, uh, you really, like, I mean, common practice would be to sort of take off the little top part of the deck, actually, and show your opponent where you're putting it, counting out the cards rather than just kind of flicking it and putting it in there. Obviously, there is propensity for that if people are doing it too quickly. But I think that if that becomes the case, and I think the worry is that because it's put a card from your hand, that is not a card you need to reveal. So if there is any doubt because it's a hidden zone, and like the opponent goes, I think you put a card on the 4th or the 5th slot or whatever,
Yeah,
it's going to be really hard to verify that. I think so. If you're resolving cards like this, I think it really is important that you kind of count out the cards. So, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then
put on top, put
put
the
it
four
into
back.
slot 5. Yeah, and
Yeah,
then put the 4 back. I, but that said, like, is this card
good.
good enough to
It
actually
seems
see
way
the
too
inside of
slow.
a deck? Like, yeah, like I don't, and like if the card had go again, so you could
Yeah.
actually set up 2 auras, maybe. But there are like for chain enders or for effects where you want to just play a single aura, I think there are just better ones. Like why would like you just play Embolden, right?
Mm. Plus,
I
then
got
this is
questions
open
like
to. Well, I guess Embolden's this. No, I'm trying to think. The majority of Aura Disruption, do they have a cost check?
I don't think a majority. I think some of them do.
Hmm.
But like I'd have to look them up. I don't know off the top of my head. Question is like, what about putting the 4 back, potentially changing the order of those cards?
Yeah.
I think it really depends on how you lay them out as well, and like how, because like there are a few different ways to do it, right? Where you can like count them while they're still on top of the deck and like fan them out slightly and then pop it in, or if you like actually go like 1, 2, 3, 4, and the opponent sees the order it came off the deck, and then the opponent can verify it going back onto the deck in that same order, because there is as the opponent, you have a duty to maintain the game state as well. So it's up to you as the opponent to ensure that the game is being played correctly by both parties.
Yeah.
So if you deliberately miss something, uh, or when there is a game rules violation, if it was something that you should have also been paying attention to in court, that's when you get failure to maintain game states and things like that in tournament rules. So yes, there's always going to be a chance for people to do dodgy stuff, but like how much opt is Guardian running, right? Like like on their top 4 cards, are they really going to be like rearranging them? Like do they really know that they want to draw the second card first? Like
Well,
I don't
so the
really see that.
mentality that came to mind for me would be, yeah, cheating wise. You put a crush card that you want to play next turn with the 3 discount from this, and then you make sure you draw it for your next turn instead of putting 5th. Because the idea there is obviously it's that turn delay, so you can't set up
Yes.
for a specific attack.
Right. Yeah, so you would put it 4th instead of 5th.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I see that, but it's like I think in that case, yeah, and it probably goes back to our first discussion about um, like seeing that order actually go out. But I don't see a massive scenario where like those 4 cards get rearranged themselves.
Hmm.
Like putting that card somewhere else, yeah, that has a pretty that has an an opportunity cost, I think. So just be overt when you're playing cards like this, and just make sure your opponent is watching and understands, and you're both on the same page. Rights of Earthlore. This art was everyone was like, hell yeah, we're getting another Earth Guardian. I'm like, no, you're not.
It's
When
so
this
zoomed
enters
out.
the arena, create a seismic surge at the start of your turn, destroy this, and your next Guardian attack gets +3. Like, look, like compare this to that. Like, why would you not just run this in every scenario aside from Distant Rumbling? Like, like this card just it gives you immediate value next turn. You still get a seismic. Like I don't know. I just think this card is way better than that card, even for the setup cost of having multiple seismic surges. Unless you're doing something like Valda that cares about the number of seismic surges you have.
Yeah, plus the draw of Velda, if you're doing
Yeah,
Earthlore. But again, it's not really a quality card to run in CC either.
yeah. Like I mean, I'm even thinking about from a Sage perspective. I think they're just better Coleman's and rares that you would run.
Yeah.
All right, so that's all of Guardian. So moving on to Ninja. Mask of the Swarming Claw is a great design space, and I think we need to see more stuff like this. Arcane Barrier 1, great, but Spell Void X, where X is the number of chain links you control. Like super thematic for Ninja. They want to have large chain links, and it makes wizards have to think about, okay, do I pull the trigger now while the Spell Void count is 0 at the start of the turn, but they have more cards in hand to potentially pitch with? Or do I wait until they have less cards in hand, but the Spell Void is going to be higher for my big, nuke or whatever it is? I just think it's just a slam dunk. I don't have anything bad to say about that kind of a tech card.
No, yeah, it's the perfect sort of gap filler that also has maybe some niche use for actually class constructed. Granted, it's in the worst slot for Ninja, so I
Yes,
kind of would have liked to see it
is.
in anywhere else. But yeah, it is really
But
cool design.
I think we're talking about the same sort of thing about the legs for Brute, right? Like I think that making meaningful decisions and being able to print these cards at rare in some of these more competitive slots,
Yeah,
just so it's not an auto slam dunk into whatever, is cool, right? And so like I saw some people, looking at each individual slot and going, okay, well the chest is like the resource slot, the head's the ancillary slot, the hands are like the damage amp slot, and having things that kind of break the mold a little bit and have more decisions in an ever growing suite of equipment is cool to see. Double cross strap is also interesting. Um, Obviously, a cheeky nod to cards that are banned and probably never going to see the light of day again in 40 card format. Um, but I think it carrying AB is interesting. I think that if you don't need the AB, there are probably better chests to run. But it's fine.
yeah, yeah. It's more about the aspect that if you need AB, then it's AB with a functional effect, which makes it a lot more solid of a choice. Because a
Yeah.
lot of people were comparing it to like Vestament, where why wouldn't you just run at that on hit, gain 2 resources, for instance? But it's the AB aspect that really helps with it.
Absolutely. Dyed Silk Sleeves is another new one from today. Attack reaction 1 tap. Destroy a dagger you control that's not on the active chain link. Ninja attack action card on the active chain link gets +1. When the chain link resolves, if the attack didn't hit, destroy this. Blade Break 1. So this is interesting because you have to destroy a dagger, right? So it's not something like it's not like Hook where it's like as long as you can keep getting that effect, you can just keep using it. So yeah, I don't know how to really think about this one when there are a couple of other
It's basically for
options.
Syndra.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
And it's
it'll
just something
okay.
to help the whole Flick Knives game plan, especially for Sage, because obviously Flick Knives is gone, and Danger Digits is a one-off.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, yeah, I didn't even think about Syndra. Yeah, yeah, fills a niche that needed to be filled. Fantastic. All right, card is all of a sudden not bad. 2 steps forward. Destroy this current agility token. Activate this if you've hit 2 or more times on the combat chain. Does Ninja need this?
No, and agility feels so awkward for Ninja to use.
Yeah, like at what point does Ninja have a starter that doesn't have an agility or are 2 chains deep and requires to go wide another 2 times.
Yeah, it feels like it should have been quickened so that, you'd have that extra step, right, for one of your chain closes if you drew 2 for the chance and you don't want to Arsenal one. You could maybe break this, play it. You'd still need a filler card in between, so it'd still be a bit more balanced. But for
Yeah,
me, it feels like it could have been fine as quickened.
yeah, the fact that you can't use it on the turn that you activate this and you need to set up is strange enough where you may only know the card that you're going to Arsenal. So, yeah, I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. Feigning Vengeance. This was in the Ira deck, I believe, or is this new? Let's have a look.
No, it
This is
wasn't in
new.
the Iron deck.
This is new.
Zero,
Okay, it's new.
zero power, I think I'd remember that.
Yeah, okay. 0 cost 0 power. When this chain link resolves, if there is a card defending this, draw a card.
It feels like it should have been a Usury card.
Yeah. Yeah, it could have been a dual class card. Obviously, blue block 3/0. Kadachis love that. And obviously, like the name kind of implies what it's meant to be, right?
Yeah.
Like, obviously, there's a lot of effects that affect cards that say vengeance. It's a free card with go again. There obviously are attack reactions and things that ways that you can buff this. So it gives ninjas a way to play the assassin game plan of here's an attack, move to reactions, or sorry, move to blocks. You think about it, which is some of the best assassin gameplay there is. So
Yeah.
I don't hate it.
No. And it fits beautifully with the Ira Pregon too, because it's just, you throw it out, if they don't block it, you do the Scar Wraps now, get the free +1, and you've set up Vengeance for any trigger that you need Vengeance for.
Become the bottle. So more of this archetype where you're changing names of things, but this one needs to be a card on the combat chain. Interestingly, this can target cards that are defending. It does not say your cards.
Right.
So in a mirror, this could be really funny if you block as a ninja with the wrong card.
And you turn on a combo that the other person had in their hand.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but like, I mean, you can't evaluate this on that kind of a game plan. I think this is pretty much strictly going to be a crouching tiger card.
Really, I'm thinking Gatsu. You take the blue, you have it for Kadachis, and then in a pinch, you can double up on X combo effect, where you only have to set up the first card once.
Yeah, but a lot of those cards in Katsu, like, I mean, yeah, but in Katsu, once you've got that name on the chain, you're generally okay for the ones that are chain enders. But then the ones that are the middle of the chain only care about the chain link directly before it. So, like, unless you're kind of going setup card, payoff card, become the bottle to become another setup card, and then another payoff card. Like, potentially, yeah, okay. But like, I think that the Katsu list, and like, I always make the joke about Katsu's only one card away from being playable, like one more expansion slot, one more expansion slot. I know he's actually doing not too bad at the moment, but he has had so many expansion slot cards. It's like, well, what do you replace for something like that? Like, yeah, I guess the blue is a 0, but it's a 2 block.
That does let it down, yeah.
Yeah, so. But it is part of a mini cycle, so if you don't want to become the bottle, you can become the cup. As you play this, choose a color. It gets a chosen color. So
does Ninja have any color interaction?
See, that was something I was trying to think about. Not hugely. Except maybe Zen. Zen gives a shit about blues.
Yeah, if you played a blue. Well, all the Tiger cards were a color scheme, right? And they're all if you played a previous color. I feel like that was the case. There's a red one.
That sounds right. But like, yeah, like, so again, being 2 blocks a bit weird, but like, it's a head jab that can become blue, right?
Yeah.
So like, that's not terrible. So all right, moving to the best class, warrior. We have the Unity set. So this kind of seeing this was a full set, I was happy with, because going back to my point before, I think that Warrior should be the class with the best blocking equipment, or maybe Guardian, but Guardian probably is the best defense reactions. I think that that's its sort of niche, and where it should have a little bit more of its power budget, which is why a lot of their in-deck cards I would consider a lot more fair, in inverted commas. Like, they have a lot of non-attack actions where they have to set up, so you're revealing all this information before you go to the reaction step, right?
Before we continue, an
Yeah.
interesting thought from Alan. Become the Cup. It's when you play this. So does that work with Prismatic Leyline?
As just reading it as is, I'd had, because I had a lot of questions about Prismatic with some of the assassin cards where you were changing like that.
The
Some
copying a
other
card, yeah.
bullshit. Yeah.
Those were strictly text, weren't they?
Yes.
And
So
this is also
because
this
this
gets, not this becomes.
yes. So it getting that color means it would still have, yeah. So it would have the original, get the other one. Yeah, I think it would affect. It would, because a prismatic is a static effect. It's always checking for your next attack. Again, disclaimer, just based on reading it there, they should get both.
Yeah. And like you said at the start, anything you're saying or anything another judge has said is just the best given response currently until we get the full notes.
Until you get the full notes, yeah. Because, like, obviously Become the Cut will also have its own. Actually, I saw somewhere that they may have actually published the release notes for the cards that were just spoiled. So maybe we'll just be able to look it up. Oh, we can.
Ooh.
All right, we got some
easier.
release notes here. So first ability is the static ability that becomes functional while playing it. It's not triggered. That's important. It's
Yeah, so you
not a
can't
triggered
respond to it.
ability. When announcing that you are playing Become the Cup, you will choose a color and will gain that color in addition to its existing colors. Yes, so it's got both. Then, as normal, you'll apply effects to the card that matches the description. So, there you go. We got it.
Perfect example.
For example, if you resolve Prismatic Leyline, then play Become the Cup red and choose blue, that card will be both red and blue for the purpose of applying Prismatic's continuous effects. Thank you, Josh Scott, for premeditating questions that judges will get by writing release notes. That's awesome. It's not functional while defending. That's like they have to say that now, but like anytime a card has text on it, if it does not say while this is defending, when you block with a card, consider it as a blank text box. Like it never. I guess they're saying it because it's a static ability and it's not a triggered ability, and they're just like you don't get it while defending.
Yeah, and it does say play, but that's not the common knowledge, I guess, step where people would consider blocking still playing.
Yeah. So yeah, they play, resolve, block. This is an interesting note though. If you do not play Become the Cup, you do not get to choose a color, and it will subsequently not gain the color. I don't know why you need to state if you don't play a card, you don't get to do the card's things. like that is an interesting inclusion, but like, all right, cool. So this is also interesting for Blanche, right? If an effect prevents you from playing a card of a certain color, you wouldn't be able to play Become the Cup and choose that color as you play it, because then it would become a card. No, sorry, not Blanche. If there's a card that locks you out of playing certain colors, if you try to play it and name that color, it would become an illegal card, so you can't actually play it. Next one is Blanche. If you're under an effect that causes cards you own to lose colors, example Blanche, and you play Become the Cup, you can still choose a color, and it will get that color because Blanche only affects cards as they come out of the hand, I guess. And it doesn't affect. It says you lose colors, but it does not say you cannot gain colors. Whereas cards like Erase Face say you cannot gain X as well from memory. So that's cool. Really, so it's great. Cool. Back to Unity equipment. It's all the same thing. Like, I think this is like just straight up better in Warrior than something like Blade Beckoners. So you probably just won't see Blade Beckoners run in Sage lists for Warrior. I don't think with Helmet when Unity exists.
Yeah,
I don't see a reason why you would.
How many cards from Dust Till Dawn was there? And I think they might have all been Majestics, though. Because I'm just thinking, is there any extra Unity synergy? No, they are all
Nah.
Majestics from Dust Till Dawn.
And a lot of them weren't
Right.
like they're not. Yeah, they were effects that kind of, I'm gonna call it the Bolton trap, right? They fall into the Bolton trap of going card negative for like a really lackluster effect. Like like whenever you charge as Bolton, like I think of the bannerets, right? It's like, oh yeah, I get a courage token and I lost an entire card. Like it's yeah. Um Not much to say on the Unity stuff. Rend Flesh. So blue, 0 cost, block 3, already kind of cool. Just as a card with that, like as a Titanic bauble. Until end of turn, whenever a sword you control hits a hero, you may remove a counter from it. If you do, they lose 2 life.
Already getting sharp and
Really,
payoff.
yeah, really good for things like Sharpen, where you're gonna lose the counter anyway. So you may as well do something like that because that's already after it's hit, so damage has been calculated.
Yeah.
So you've already got the benefit of that +1, and so if you want to remove that counter before the end of turn, like obviously, it's until end of turn as well. So if you're planning on swinging twice, you decline that on the first swing, and then you accept it on the second swing, for example, if you are attacking twice. When like when that's going to come up is probably not super common, but like you said, already seeing sharpen payoff, and we see that again with display of craftsmanship, which is like a two cost attack reaction, so it's a little bit more expensive than the general stuff. However, it says target weapon attack, so it does not specify sword. Gets +4. If the weapon has been sharpened this turn, put a +1 counter on it.
Which is interesting because sharpen specifically says sword, but then that sort of implies that you can sharpen something else.
Potentially. Like, but if you look at we'll skip ahead to cut and carve. It says sharpen target sword, but I don't think sharpen as a
Right, yeah, so they
keyword.
could change that up and say sharpen
Yeah,
target axe.
or sharpen target weapon.
Yeah.
Right. So because like the sharpen keyword is put a +1 counter on it, remove all +1 counters at the end of the turn. So right now we've only seen sword stuff, but I guess that just future proofs it in case something else has been sharpened, and it's just more sharpen like I don't want to say kit or like payoff, but it's more of the sharpen archetype, which they seem to be wanting to create. Uh,
Which, how
like
do
a
you feel
two
about
for
it with Dawnblade and Dory, right? This whole
I don't think
objective.
I'd ever. I don't think I'd ever run it in Dawnblade.
Mm.
Like the entire point of Dawnblade, like at least in my opinion, is to sort of like once you like there are two ways to play it, right? It's like you start off kind of in a defensive stance, but once you turn the corner and take tempo, you've got to hold it, and like it becomes a tempo deck at that point. I unless you are talking about more of the sort of control fatigue Dory, but even then, I don't think those Dory builds are playing Dawnblade. Like, I think there are just better swords that you can play if you want to play the sharpen package. Like, you could play the one-handed swords. You could play Jabil if you're up against Arcane. You can play that's one of those. Like, I don't think you play. I don't think you play Parry Blade, but like there are other swords. I don't. If you're playing Dawnblade, I think you really want to play for the tempo game. You want to start like you want to threaten counters because like if you sharpen something and the opponent knows oh they're going to lose all their counters at the end of the turn anyway, uh, they're less incentivized to actually try and stop you. And a lot of the tricks that you play, you've also got to remember like so if you're going to do that, you're also going to be pivoting away from the reprise game plan because like you kind of need them to block.
Yeah, you're
But
not baiting
they're
the blocks anymore.
yeah, because like at that point they're like sick. They're going to lose all their counters. I'm just going to cop it on the chin, right? Um, so like I like the idea of the sharpened package if you're playing the flurries, you're playing like Harlow is obviously being designed with that in mind, and I think you were right in when you said that her hero text is going to be like a backup plan.
Yeah, if you
Like
miss the sharpen trigger.
if you miss the sharpen trigger, if you don't have a way to do it through other effects, you've got that as a backup. For example, cut and carve, really well statted way to sharpen, right? It's yeah, you sharpen a sword, you get a counter if it has one or more counters. its next turn gets dominate, 2 or more, 3 or more. And this is what I was saying before.
Yeah, but Edict of Steel.
Edict of Steel, right? So Edict of Steel, the red is obviously going to be 1 or more counters. I still think that there is going to be a blue Edict of Steel that will say 3 or more counters. And Sharpen is not a single effect that you only can do once. You can sharpen more than once if you've got the way to do so. And like, here's another thing, right? It's like, well, you've got Display of Craftsmanship that can also put another counter on it. So you've got Sharpen, then you've got Display, and then you've got other ways to sharpen. So like even the blue one, like I think in Hala you would still run this. Like you never see this second line of text, like almost ever. But it's a 0 cost blue, blocks 3, sharpens a sword for free, go again.
Yeah. Yeah,
right?
and you can cycle it away as well at that point with Hala.
Yeah. So you've got ways to do things. And so I think that this kind of reminds me of Push Forward. Because Push Forward was like your next attack gets +3, if it's a second attack gets dominate. So this is a effect that you could also potentially use before a second swing to get someone. Because it only says it's next attack, so you can't like do it at the start of the turn and then get 2
Yeah,
dominate
it's not like God, what's the Dory one?
Iron Song Determination.
It's not even Dory, it's just Warrior, isn't it?
It's just Warrior, yeah.
Yeah.
So I think that card probably would see like play in Hala. One card that I hope sees play, but I doubt it will, is Iron Song Pride. If you remember that one, it's like an instant aura that you kind of flash in to give something a +1 counter.
But isn't that worse? Because that's it doesn't lose the counters if you've hit, similar to Dawnblade, isn't it?
I think so, yeah. But it's like the issue, the reason I don't think it may see anything is because a lot of these cards, well, so some of these cards that are sort of the sharpened payoffs are only looking for +1 counters, right? They're not looking for cards that have been sharpened. Display of Craftsmanship is, though. So like you've got like a bit of a back and forth. There are like ways where it's like has it been sharpened. The other ones are does it have a +1 counter on it. And so being able to effectively instant speed put a counter on something as a combat trick, I'm like maybe, but probably not. Okay, Mech. Synapse Spark Cap is the M.
Good
Battle
support.
1/1. Yeah, base head. So this is not an Evo, so this can start out on the field. Action tap, banish an Evo, create a ponder. So you're cycling cards into the banish zone. Obviously, Klloo can play them from banish later on. Creates a ponder, so it replaces the card at the end of turn for something like an arsenal. Blocks 1.
Yeah, it gives you value until you've built up your banish, essentially.
Yeah. Cool. Then we have a complete new suite of base equipment for, I'm assuming, maps, because there's some hyperdriver stuff in here. There is in regular cold foil, not Marvel, it seems.
They're still all functional, though, ish. So they beat out the Bright. Because if you're running Evo bases, you don't want Blade Break.
Yeah, because like once that's over, it's over.
Yeah, because it's either no effect or the Klloo set, which is Blade Break 1.
Yeah, this one is Arcane, removing a Steam counter to prevent an Arcane with Arcane Barrier 1. So, yeah, really good. This one is very good because it's Guardwell and not Blade Break. So if you control a Hyperdriver, you can just block 2 before stuff happens. I don't think Klloo runs Hyperdrivers, so...
No. There is the Hyperdriver in the Dash precon. There could be some value there.
Yeah.
Because the whole objective is just starting with it on board.
Hmm.
The COG one is interesting.
Yes. Tap this into COG gets +1. So it's... it is rare to see a mech 3-block potential equipment.
Yeah.
And historically, the mech arm slot has probably been their weakest slot, and it's mainly just to block shit. So like I don't think that's awful, especially because it's base as well. And there were some, like thinking about Classic Constructed for a moment, there were some dash lists that were just running the Evo arms for more block value.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
like
So
you could
worst
start
case, it's the same. Best case, you get the full block out of it.
yeah. Like because it's temper though, like you can't use that block one if you don't get that cog. And like I know I like playing cog IO, but like it's probably not not a hugely uh good archetype. And then quell one, yeah, don't think you're ever really quelling with these legs, or else you just lose your Evo power, honestly.
Yeah, which is a bit shame
Um
because for Max, the Evos that are very attractive are both the arms and legs.
yeah. So I don't think you ever quelling with that. Then we've got the two Klloo Majestics that are coming up in Marvel as part of this upcoming ProQuest season. Uh, I don't really have a huge amount of opinions on these. Like this one seems too slow. The red one, where it's like you could search for an Evo, but you need to already have Evos going. It, uh, it's it doesn't have go again. It attacks for one. It's a red. I guess like it's great if you boost it because you could play at the end of a chain, but
Yeah, it's kind of just a value card you're hoping to boost, similar to all the Steam counter shenanigans that normal mech has access to.
yeah. But if you ever draw this, it's such a feels bad.
Yeah, yeah.
Like as in an M slot, like it is such a feels bad if that's ever in your hand. Like I mean, compare that to mainframe, right? Blue block 3. If it's banished, you can play it. Cool. If it gets +1 for each Evo, you have a quick. Yeah, cool. You can have a blue that maybe attacks for 2, 3, 5 at the end game if you're fully
And
kicked
is
out,
most
right?
likely going to get boosted or at least cycled, whereas that
Yeah, that's
first
the thing.
one
You're gonna
you can't.
cycle. You're gonna cycle that. Like you can just pitch it. Like you pitch it to your other Evos, and then you see it later in the game. Like that as a blue, sure, I can see it, right? I just can't see this red. I don't know. Are there any other Klloo enthusiasts that have more of information? Like I don't see it. Um, Blast Rig is a new one. Evo upgrade, +1 for each Evo, boost, 0 cost. So, by the time you're at endgame, it's better than 0 to 60. But early game, it's most certainly not.
Yeah, and you already have the better Evo upgrade cards that you want to hit that also
Yeah,
start off as a
but
better baseline.
yeah, I guess. But is there a world where Klloo is okay in Sage? Because like all of those good Evo upgrade cards are all M's.
The main problem is you can't loop the only other base Evo set because you can't.
We're getting there. There's a new Evo set.
No, old one because there's two base Evo sets: Sentry and the good one, Steel Soul.
So yeah, Steel Souls. Yeah, that's M.
Well, actually, no. I guess you can because it doesn't have an effect like Steel Soul. Because Steel Soul, you can't equip a Steel Soul onto Steel Soul and get its effect.
Yeah,
It has to be something different. But the Sentry is just a whole bunch of
it's
tankiness
just
for 2
block.
cost.
Yeah, and we're about to get to like the ones that they've printed are actually not bad. So, but the ones that are in the next line,
Yeah,
Speed Demon for Max. That's just good. That just seems like a pushed card. Um, like you can scrap an item if you scrap a hyperdriver. You just get one back.
yeah.
If you control a hyperdriver, it gets +1, and you're max, so you're always going to be controlling hyperdriver. Uh, so
No, it's just
and
an all around solid card.
yeah, and
It's a
because
way
of
to give him
your
access to more hyperdrivers that aren't hyperdrivers.
yeah, and because if you're attacking, you're scrapping a hyperdriver, you're creating a hyperdriver token. Your token hyperdrivers have crank. You can bring it in, you can crank it, you can keep going. Like it's an all around flexible card. I think that's great. Klloo Trebuchet, which is actually a catapult. When this attacks, the next attack you boost this combat chain gets +2. Um, I think that's fine.
I really like it, especially
Yeah,
in conjunction with boom grenades, because it warrants a block, but then you're pushing its value to the next one, which then will probably hit a breakpoint and warrant more blocks.
Yeah, and again, 0 cost blue, block 3, adds to the boost count if you're playing decks that care about boost count. And then cycles itself if you don't need it. Like, good card, just pull around. But that's not Trebuchet's catapult. Assembly module. Crank. As this enters with a scheme counter, at the start of a turn destroy unless you remove a scheme counter on the or if you crank it. Action, tap, search your deck for hyperdrive, put into the arena, then shuffle. Like just everything that Max wants to do. This is just
It's just better than blue hyperdrivers.
It's just straight up good. Like,
I kind of wish though it had like hyperdriver module, something in the title, and it still counted.
oh yeah, as itself
So
a
it was a
hyperdriver.
workable blue set of hyperdrivers.
And then we have the new Evo base set. So interestingly, like if you have a base head equipped, transform it into this, then equip it, put it under this, yeah. And then it makes Evos cheaper, plus it has 1 block.
Yeah.
So
yeah, so they're furthering the control game for Klloo.
Yeah. And it seems like it's going to be one of those things where you are expected to like actually evolve your Evos as the game goes on. Like, you start on your base, you have like the beta base, and then you've got like the other thing.
The Sentry base.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like, because it costs 1 less to play, these are also 0 cost blues. If you've already found your other base head, you can pitch it away to something like a Sentry, and the Sentry then becomes cheaper as well. So
yeah, they basically put the Professor's ability into an Evo set for him.
Yeah, and I do believe these actually come in Marvel. I have seen. There we go. And they're not like the Bright Lights Marvels. These are actually
Proper Marvels.
real Marvels. These are proper Marvels. So yeah, very cool. And yeah, all right. So that's page 1. How you feeling? Still got more mech. Mech
yeah,
got a lot of
Mech so
love.
far has gotten double what everyone else has gotten.
Does that just mean that they're going to get less Majestics?
You could probably work it out at this point, right? Because there's the card gaps.
That's what I was going to say. I mean, that's your show, right? Like after this, numbers are going to get crunched. We're going to see. But heavy metal hardcore. If an Evo is banished from boosting this, it gets +1. Like, not bad in Klloo, but it's like, sure, you have to jump through a hoop to become a 0 to 60, right? Like, I guess we can't really compare everything to 0 to 60, right? But it is sort of the baseline.
Yeah. Well,
Now,
if it's not really viable for extra damage, like this probably replaces the item ones in Max, in Klloo, sorry.
In Klloo, yeah.
But aside from that, like Heart Wrencher, for instance, is kind of not needed.
Hey, now this is something that's very interesting though, because this is a wrench.
Okay, that I didn't see, so never mind.
Yeah, this here is that's the sneaky thing. When we all saw Kiss of Death for the first time, we were like, "Huh? Why is this? Oh, hang on a second." But yes, this is specifically a wrench attack. So I don't know how many cards currently in the game reference wrenches, but it does seem like they're starting to build a wrench kit for our boy Max here. And what this gets me on the copium train for is eventually that we'll see a warrior one that says sword attack.
Yeah.
Then if we see that, then the game's over. Like then we're gonna see some fun warrior shenanigans if they ever print a thing that says sword attack. Wrenches, but it doesn't say wrench attack. It says wrenches.
That's on you
So
now.
something would have to be a wrench because it's like it is a wrench attack.
Are there any cards that are just daggers instead of dagger attacks?
Yes.
There you go. Do they count for Kiss of Death?
It doesn't say that like well. I don't. There's daggers you control. I don't think I've actually ever resolved one because
no, it's Blade Cuff, Bleed Out, and Knives Out.
Yeah, because like all of them suck. So I've never actually. It's never come up. So no, I'm actually not sure. Let's look at the release notes. Where are they? Here they are. There it is. There it is, right there. This is a wrench. Straight up. Heart Wrencher has the wrench subtype in addition to being attack. Effects and cards that apply to wrenches, example, clamp press, or target wrenches, e.g. fist pump.
The one where it's if you bash a hyperdrive from boosting, you get +1 to your wrench attack.
Okay. Can interact with Heart Wrencher. Effects and cards that specifically look for wrench weapons, example, Construct Bankbreaker, will not work with Heart Wrencher as it's looking for a card with both the weapon type and the wrench subtype. Okay, so we're talking. So they're effectively saying that it is a subtype, and so because it has a subtype, anything that affects that subtype also affects it. There you go. Release notes again. Come to my rescue. I'm glad that we have them. Okay. So we need to go.
There are also no more Majestics for mech. Either equipment or cards. That's it.
That's it.
Yep.
Well, there you go. So they're actually they burnt their budget on Sage, did they? Or just max tech. There you go. There are no more slots. The numbers guy has decreed. All right, now we're going to Ranger. I think Ranger, some of these Ranger cards are probably the most interesting rules-wise in this release. Because we have got a whole bunch of stuff that we have never seen before.
Yeah, I like that they're giving more flexibility to the traps. And a little bit more emphasis on Riptide's core effect rather than arsenaling a card.
Yes. So the first three, the Concealed set. So Cloaked, equipment face down. Good to see Cloak coming back. Love a good trap card. So while it's equipped face down, when an attack with something hits you, destroy this and create a various token under each opponent's control. So for Nerve Gas, let's go again. It hits you, you create Frailty. So just a different way of doing Frailty Trap. Pathogen, attack reactions, create a Blood Rot. And Sedative, any buffed attack gets Inertia. So like Sedative, great against other ranges. Pathogens, great into any attack reaction class, assassins, warriors, and Nerve Gas, really good against anything that cares about weapons or the arsenal. I don't know if it's good enough for a chest slot in Ranger.
No,
but
it feels like the Riptide should probably be arms.
Yeah, like I don't know what else is available in the chest slot in Sage that is really necessary, because in
apparently there's none. Ranger chest wise.
Oh, there you go. Right, so
it's just Hidden Agenda and Trench, the Majestic and Legendary.
Yeah, so like in CC you're playing Tunic or Trench, but in Sage there's nothing really. If there's nothing really there other than like a fucking Garland of Spring or something, then
well, for Riptide, you've got like Burnished Bunker Plate, which we'll get to, I guess.
Yeah,
which could be a fun interaction.
But I think that in Sage, I actually think if you can play Concealed Pathogen, 2 damage is not insignificant.
No, it's good value for a chest.
Yeah, so and then Nerve Gas against especially ninjas and assassins who really care about those 1 damage on their weapons. It could be also like tempo swinging if you turn off that for a turn. So very possible that there could be something cool there. Okay, Bolton Boots. Great name, great effect. I was talking, and I'll bring this up a little bit later with one of the cards. I was speaking with a friend of mine who's probably currently listening to us while at the gym about some of the Ranger cards today and yesterday. And we were talking about Bolton Boots. And he's like, this is just Snapdragon Scalers at home. And I'm like, well, it blocks 1. But he's like, yeah, but you have to pitch 1. And Brian pitch into anything that's not Death Dealer.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, I guess. And I don't think Snappies is banned in Sage.
No, I think Snappies are.
They are?
That's why they're printing a whole bunch of jank go
Okay.
again, because snappies are gone.
I guess that makes sense, right? Actually, I probably uh before I make too much more of a fool of myself, maybe I can just bring up the card legality policy on the other side and just keep it there so I can see it.
Legal wise,
Uh,
you've got Fleetfoot Sandals, but the attack has to be one or
yes.
less base.
Yeah, Snapdragon Scalers offhand, yes.
Yeah. And quick clicks, but you have to have played Nibblism.
Yeah.
I guess you also have time skippers, but I doubt anyone is pitching 3 into that.
Yeah, I mean, we're already complaining about pitching 1. I don't think we're pitching 3. So, but again, 1 block can stop breakpoints.
Yeah, the
Like,
value's there.
it's, and like destroy this target arrow attack with power greater than its base gets go again. You're a ranger. Every one of your fucking arrow attacks are greater than its base. Like I don't think I've ever had a white arrow like just plain sent at me ever. So yeah. And we got some more traps. So funnily enough, I think this one might be the only defense reaction that they got. Everything else in the trap is not a defense reaction, which is like, well, a lot of people when they first read a lot of these traps that we're going to speak about were like, these kind of, how do these kind of suck? Wait, what? Hang on, what? But yeah, so this is still a defense reaction. When this defends an attack with power greater than its base, dominate and go again. The attack gets -2 and loses and can't gain abilities. So this is very, very specific.
Yeah, the dominate kind of lets it down.
This is very, very targeted hate, specifically for this man up here. Right? Like, to me, this seems like a card printed for Marlin, for Living Legend, to fight Starvo. Like, that, like, who else is going to play this card?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I don't, like, because as I'm reading it, in order to get any of those effects, it must have
All 3.
all of these things, right? And I think the funny thing about it is it specifically like reverses the effect, right? Because it gives it -2, and it loses all of its abilities. Like I think because I'm pretty sure it gives it +2, right? Like the Starvo effect.
His personal one, I think, yeah, it is
Yeah.
+2.
Yeah, like this literally just like turn off Starvo. Like I didn't
Yeah,
think they
+2
had
dominate and go again is.
Yeah, there you go. It's literally anti-Starvo. Like they could not print a more overt card than that. So that is so, and I did say that they somewhere in their marketing they were like, we want to print cards that affect every format.
Yeah, including
So I
Living
guess
Legend.
like I guess this is the Living Legend one, right? Like it just seems like you're in Living Legend, bro. Like I guess they had to make it a 3 block because if they made it a 4 block, it would still be a 0 for 4. And I guess you just play it as a blank 0 for 4.
Yeah, regardless of whether or not it triggers.
Yeah. Sure, whatever. That's enough of that one. All right, so now we have the
Hand
cycle
traps.
of cards that are hand traps, right? So, how these work, some people were asking. They are actions with an effect that can trigger if you defend with it. So, because they are actions with go again, you can play them, which gives the top effect and go again, so your turn continues. Or you could defend with them for the bottom effect. So, like we were saying before, if a card is used to block, normally the text box is blank unless it says when this defends. So, the way that I kind of am conceptualizing it, because each of these tokens, except for Frail Swingline's just good. But these other two, where you're giving your opponent a positive token, that's you kind of setting up the trap, right? Like as an action, you're before the enemy is approaching, you're setting up a trap because by giving them a courage token, it increases their base attack, or sorry, it increases their attack above their base. So all of your traps that care about that trigger, creating a quicken token under their control, gives them go again. So all of your traps that care about go again trigger, and frailty
Nothing,
is
but we already have a bait card.
yeah,
I
and
don't
like
think they want to do bait in Sage.
Yeah, it's like when this defends an attack with power less than its base, its controller discards a card. So that discarding a card is obviously massive, right? But it is a lot harder to make a attack less than its base rather than more than its base, because your opponent is always going to want to make their attacks greater than their base. So effects, like, it is more likely that you're going to be defending an attack greater than its base than less than its base. So if it's less than its base, generally you as the player have to do something to them. So I think that that's probably why they have put such a powerful effect on a common, because that is a huge hurdle to clear.
Yeah.
So, whereas the other ones, where if you defend, you could tap a hero ally, like, ooh, scary. Or if this defense attack, remove a +1 counter from target permanent. Like,
Also kind of mundane
like,
currently.
yeah, I guess you play this against Sharpened Warrior.
Yeah.
But like these two effects are very meh, but this effect is like, wait, what? But yeah, in order to actually get that effect,
Oh,
it's
someone pointed out Ravenous Rabble for Frail Swingline.
yeah, yeah, yep, that definitely works. Yes.
And they all do trigger Riptide, right? Because as you said before, they are triggers, whether you play it as an action or defend with it.
What does Riptide actually say? Whenever you play a card from hand, put a card in your house, so whenever a trap you control triggers. Yeah, I mean, it's a trap and you're playing an effect that has a trigger. I would so, like, on the defend, it has to actually
Resolve.
satisfy that
Yeah.
condition to trigger. But I guess playing the card is technically triggering.
Triggers when it becomes a defending card. No, nope.
It doesn't. I don't know about playing it.
Ooh.
That is something that potentially we might have to go back to the judges' Discord for a bit of discussion, because what is triggering a trap? Like, is this? But when you're playing an effect, it may not be. Well, you're resolving a card. It may not be a triggered effect, because like when you're playing a card and resolving an effect, it's not necessarily a trigger. The
Dense
trigger
Blue Mist,
requires.
because it's what I always do. I always just look at other cards that have similar wording. The Dense Blue Mist is if a chi was pitched to play this, effects don't trigger if an attack hits this turn. And that normally shuts down cards, like on hit effects, for instance. So those count as triggers, but they create not necessarily, because that's just playing and resolving.
That's just playing and resolving
Yeah.
a card. It is not a trigger.
Yeah.
It does not require something else to occur. Because like in order for something to trigger, unless it's like a static condition, a card must have a something occur to satisfy an effect for an effect to trigger.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't think you would be dealing damage on Riptide for just playing the trap out. I think the trap actually has to have a trigger. Like these ones all actually state that it is a trigger.
Triggers when it defends.
Yeah. So yeah, that's how I'm ruling that one. Cool. All right, Spellbane trap. So this is another action trap, but really cool in arcane matchups, because like it's still on rate, right? Like a 0 cost 3 pump, like you can just still play those.
Yes.
And
But
and
blocking wise, how often is there going to be split damage that goes arcane, present, arcane?
every Runeblade I've ever fought ever.
Yeah? Alright. Yeah, Runeblade makes sense.
Yeah, like, I don't think you play it into Wizard, because like I mean like Verdicts maybe, but like I think that in Runeblade I think it's really good because you're always seeing split damage, right?
Yeah.
The 2 block lets it down though. I think this could have been a 3 block and it would not have been oppressive.
No. Yeah. Because Runeblade's already kind of above rate.
Yeah. So I come on. I think this could have been a 3 block, but it's alright. What do I know? I'm not a designer. Yeah, it's It's an interesting comment. I don't think the blues and yellows ever see play, and so you open those new companion packs, they'll just go into a bin forever. But the red ones, like I could see at some point seeing some sort of play, maybe in Sage. All right. Speaking of Runeblades and the most overstated stuff as we ever seem to see, they actually probably got the weirdest majestic offhand.
Yeah.
Like, tell me what is your opinion?
Well, because it's still
on
just Scepter of Pain. That's the only thing that goes with it.
Yeah, but
And Scepter of Pain is banned in Class Constructed.
it is banned in Clash Construct, but not in Sage. But this is a majestic, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But like every book that I think the only thing that I've seen from Runeblades that I've constantly gone, these are bad cards, are their
the
grimoires. Like every other Runeblade card seems to be great, and then they're like, oh no, we need to print something for them that seems bad just to keep it on the level. Destroy this, create a rune chant instant. Is there a world where Runeblades get the ability to re-equip offhands that I'm not seeing here? Like I don't understand what niche this M fills. Like, is it an emergency thing for RuneGate? Like, if you're just one short?
Because it only really works if you're going at least 2 cards wide, right? Because even with Chain, you can't actually double up on it because you'd pop the Rune Chant straight away. So you're paying 1 to discount your Rune Chant. So it only helps defensively going into your turn if you have floating resources.
Right. Yeah. And I mean, again, in like the only place that it's really going to see that sort of chain play is Living Legend because it's a majestic, and I mean we just talked about 4 chains out hand in Sage. That's unfortunate for the chain players in the chat. Helm of Might and Magic. Now, I think that this is a waste of a fantastic name for a helmet. Like this is like one of the most powerful names of a piece of equipment I've seen in quite some time. But and I had this chat with someone about Draconic Carapace, the card that just does it all. Right?
Yeah.
And I'm just like, why is it that as someone who keeps saying that warriors like and equip like block equipment and equipment as a whole are like their thing, like why are Runeblade equipment pieces like so versatile. I don't want to say overstated, but like they're versatile. It's a good word for it. I think this helmet is better because like you only get one use either way. So you either can get 1 physical block or 1 AB or 1 magic block, right? So this is less egregious than the arms we're about to come to. You have any other thoughts before we?
No, they love giving Runeblade tools for Runeblade and no one else.
Yeah, alright, so the Runeblade robe, AB1, destroy this and a rune chant you control, prevent the next one arcane that would be dealt to you this turn. They could have easily just put Spell Void 1 there.
Yeah.
But they didn't, which is nice. You need to have
a little bit fair for Runeblade.
A little bit. But like, and it's interesting, right? They literally just printed Spell Void 1 there, and then it's like, oh, no, this one will give you AB1. We'll give you AB1, but and it's interesting because like you said with the other ones, like AB1 with a little bit of upside. So like there is a chance where if they catch you without a resource, you can use a rune chant once. So yeah. All right. This is a mistake.
Yep.
These arms are a mistake. So Guardwell already 2 block on a piece of equipment, whatever. I'll rephrase that. This was a mistake with Chain in Sage. With Chain not in Sage, this is slightly more okay. Because it's action 2x, which is the first time we've seen an X cost on a piece of equipment. Or on any ability effect, I think. Which is why we've got like these new icons. So XX +1, destroy this, return target aura with cost X from your graveyard to your hand. With Chain in the format, you could actually Soul Shackle and this would get go again. which is good, as you can probably imagine, being able to rip something from your graveyard and then immediately play it. So
Or even
now
just
that
rip it
it's
for resources.
ripping for resources, yeah, if it's a blue. And so yeah, it's a blue 0 or whatever. So now you're ripping something for Arsenal. I don't think there's any other way that I can think of the top of my head to give this go again. So it is less of a mistake now. I still think that this may actually see. I don't actually know what arms chains are running in Living Legend, but I can see this because it's like the thing that pushes it from like decent to good is the fact that it is 2 block, right? It's 2 block that doesn't
Destroy.
prevent you from using the
Yeah, you can
actual
still use
effect
its
itself.
ability.
Yeah. And normally, when you have stuff like that, that's almost legendary tier in itself, right? Like this card does so much for a rare.
Yeah. I'm just waiting for Aurora to come back, and it's just this and Lightning Greaves to get back. Oh, what's the card? Is it? It's not just Channel Lightning. I forget what the draw one's called.
Channel Lightning Valley.
There we go, Mr. Word. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think from all the rare equipment we've seen so far, this is the one that I'm like, I don't know that this is a rare. Like this is like if it was like Guardwell 1.
Or the cost was 2. Because there's just so many good 0 auras anyway.
Yeah, like it's like I don't think you ever pay this X cost, right? Like like uh maybe I can see you pitching a blue. Is Malefic Incantations 1 cost?
Malefic's, I'm pretty sure, is 0. Malefic is, yeah,
Uh,
0.
oh, if you just get back Malefics.
Yeah.
Like it's just I don't. I think that card's a mistake. I'm going back to my original thought. That card's a mistake. All right. Blackstone Greaves. This card, while that defense reaction that deals an arcane is in the format, is going to be block 3. It's pretty easy for that card to deal damage. Although with this card on the field, maybe the defender, sorry, the attacker will be more inclined to pay the 1.
Yeah,
So
yeah, so you can't get the extra value. But at some point, they'll have to give.
yeah. Well, like you have to block with them before you get to defense reactions. So like I'm thinking more on that Sigil of Suffering, I think it's called.
The pings. Yeah.
Yeah. So at that point you have already committed them to blocks. They're already on the combat chain.
It doesn't
So if they
update?
pay them,
Isn't it
yeah,
a
it does
static
update.
check?
It does update, but
Yeah,
like
yeah.
if they've blocked and you're the attacker and you see them blocking with those greaves and they play sigil, you're like, okay, maybe I will actually AB1 this to prevent them from getting that
Yeah, okay.
temp.
So yeah, so it's destroyed.
Yeah, so like because in that point I'm like, okay, if I pay this 1, these Blackstone Greaves will get destroyed now rather than giving them an extra block later. So I'd be more inclined to pay the 1 if I have the arcane barrier at that point. There aren't too many other ways on the defensive that I think
No, I'm having a
they
quick
can
look.
deal arcane. Like, I mean, there are the M plus like invert existence and shit like that, but that's probably not gonna come up as often.
No. Yeah, it'll just be Sigil. And the
It'll be
new
Sigil,
one, well, new Sigil.
No, yeah, new sigil. All right. So Sigil of Sylphidae. When this enters or leaves, you may banish another aura from your graveyard if you do deal 1 arcane. So then at the beginning of your action phase, destroy this. I am so fucking glad this says Runeblade, because if this did not say Runeblade, Acilio would be very, very happy with this card. As it stands, as a Runeblade card, I don't know how often you care about banishing auras. So, I mean, dealing 1 arcane and 1 arcane, I guess in Sage, every arcane damage counts.
Yeah, at the very least, you'd cycle it back around, and then maybe it's those closing pings.
Mm. All right. Runic
Does come in
Felling
Marvel,
Song.
should point that out.
Oh, it's a sigil. Yeah, it does. There it is. So goes with the rest of the other sigils in that kind of vein from Rosetta. So I don't think aside from the 3 that are played in Acilio, I don't really think you're very happy to see. That's a cool effect when I put my mouse around it.
Yeah,
Gives a
you didn't
little
realize Same for the rainbow foils, and
No,
they're like a rainbow foil tint rather than that as metallic.
that's pretty cool that they had a little mouse over effect there. I didn't know that.
Makes it annoying to copy the cards though, because you can either grab them from
Yeah.
here as small, or you have to go into the source on that page to get them as large.
All right. Runic Felling Song. When this attacks, you may banish an aura from your graveyard. If you do, deal 1 arcane. I think that's fine for Florian. Like
Yeah,
he's gonna have a
it's
lot of
just
auras.
more stat sticks to fill out the gaps.
Yep. Yeah. Nice. That's a nice and simple common that is just a decent effect. This one I haven't read. Weeping Battleground. You may banish an aura from your graveyard. If you do, deal 1 to target arcane hero. Okay, yeah. So there you go. Another
There you go.
defense reaction.
Yeah.
Another way to deal that 1 arcane, and another way to turn on Blackstone Greaves. Obviously not as I think not as powerful as Sigil, because not only do you have to have an aura in your graveyard to do it, it blocks 3 and does not increase its own block.
Yeah.
I guess that's why it's a common, not a rare. But any time that you can deal damage on a defensive turn is powerful in its own way, especially when you get down to that really scrappy life totals when like both players are on like 2s, 1s. It's like I need to dodge a reckless swing, or I need to dodge a steel blade shunt. It's like, well, now I need to keep up a resource in case they've got weeping battleground, or they've got a
OG
sigil.
Frostbite.
Again, one of those cards where it's like, I know that it's a common. I know you're doing all colors, but you're really never going to see a yellow or a blue in any game ever.
Yeah. Which at least they're not doing it for the rares anymore. So that's some upside. There's more card slots.
Yes, that is definitely an improvement. Wizard. I haven't read any wizard cards. When this leaves the arena, create a sigil of fate. Blade break 0 block. Now, do we have a photo of
A sigil of fate? I
token?
don't believe so. I think it's the card between Wizard and Shapeshifter.
Okay. So basically, from what I was able to glean from
Oh no, it is up.
Just
120.
it is up.
Yeah, when this leaves, you get to opt 1. And
Yes,
at the beginning of the action phase,
is...
destroy this.
Oh, so it's at the beginning of the action phase. That's in... Okay, it's a sigil, right? Yeah, of course. That is a lot better than I thought it was. Because in my brain, for some reason, I kind of was like, if I thought it was more like a ponder rather than start of turn.
Yeah.
But yeah, it being on the beginning of your action phase is interesting, because then you'll be able to respond to it. Because if it's at the beginning of your turn, you don't have priority, but because it's the beginning of the action phase, both players get priority. So
yeah, so it gives you a trigger to do some wizard shenanigans. Great.
I mean, this is interesting that like the sigil itself is a common rather than a base rarity.
Well, there's none in Compendium. There's no token slot.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it'd all be
Like
sigils.
again, yeah. Well, and I don't think this is coming in Cold or Marvel. So that is something they're probably holding back for a calling promo, for like a prize wall or something. Because this, like, anything that creates tokens generally has a special version somewhere. Okay. Blade Break 0 is funny though. Robe of Resourcefulness. When this leaves the arena, gain 2. Blade Break again 0. Really funny. With Waning Moon. Obviously, it's banned in Sage, but wizards always want to play on the opponent's turn, and a lot of the other wizard cards, like Spellfire Cloak, only give 1 resource, so giving 2 is actually relevant, right?
Yeah.
But
it also creates that trigger at the end of the combat chain. So you've got, does your opponent force a chain close now, which could mess up, say, Ninja, right? Just to try and bait you into whatever you're trying to do.
Yeah. Yeah, so while it's on the chain, you don't get it until they close it. So, and if they do close the chain, like you'll still get that priority before the end of turn, and so ninjas will lose that spell blade on the helmet, for example. Gloves of Erasure, 0 block blade break. When this leaves the arena to destroy target aura token. That's hyper specific.
Well, you can use it on the fake tokens and opt straight away.
Yes, that is a legal play. um, yeah, like I don't think that that's worth a 0 block. Like, if it was a 1 block, like I think that this one is the only one you like. I would say that yeah, like I probably would have seen maybe a 1 block, but I don't know.
Especially because
Maybe
it's
there's
not
some
May
others.
as well. So if you do have a more impactful aura, you'd have to trigger it. Which there is some stuff you might want to speed up.
Mm, that is also correct.
Let's
Didn't
see.
see that. So there's actually some downside to it as well.
Well, the two most interesting, from what I can see, would be like Sigil of Brilliance, just to get the card draw early and play stuff on your opponent's turn, which isn't really a Cilio's type of thing. Or
Mm.
Sigil of Temporal Manipulation, be able to play your top card as instant.
I've now that like I have an extra tab here when you're saying cards, I'm quickly I'm quickly bringing them up in case you want to go back and actually use some of this footage. Um, yes, that is interesting, but like, how many decks are going to run this, have
Just for
this
that
on the
interaction.
field for that specific time? Like, you'd need to like stack your deck in such a weird way. Um, I mean, with Kano not in the format, like I guess it's an interesting way to increase the depth, but probably not. uh, anyway, Ether Storm Wellingtons. This is Storm Striders without the active, which is cool. Really fun for the mirror, I guess, but not much else outside of that. Now, this is weird to me. Oh no, it's rare, not common. It's not weird to me at all. So this is a technically another 2-cost Wizard 6.
Yeah.
So right now, I think that Verdance is the only person, because of Light Up the Leaves, that has access to all of them. Because you've got Burn Bear, you've got Light Up the Leaves, and you've technically got Red Emeritus.
Yeah.
I think that's all of them. So now this is adding up another red one. Again, rare, only 1 color. Deal 4 arcane. If you control a card with sigil, deal 6. This obviously combos with a bunch of the new stuff as well, like Sigils of Fates. If you've created one in the turn, for next turn, you've still got it sitting there. This is 6 damage. I think this card is also going to see slots in Acilio, because Acilio just has infinite sigils. I don't know if he'll run 3. That's for someone better at the game than me. But I feel like this card does everything that Acilio wants to do, except say lightning.
Yeah. Like overall, just the fact that it's, well, I don't know if you call it on rate, I guess, as a Wizard Arcane spell, but it's that 0-4 mentality.
Yeah, 0-4-2-6. Yeah, little rainbow effect there. Very good. Need to start opening those in other tabs. I'll learn at some point rather than just clicking on it. Painful Premonition. Deal 3. If it deals any damage, create a Sigil of Fate. We've seen them kind of move away from Surge, at least in this kind of set here. So if it deals any damage, create a Sigil of Fate. I think in decks that care about Sigil of Fate, I think the blue one here is actually not too bad. Because like it blocks 3, it's a blue, it's 0, so you can cycle it. If you do need to play it for any reason, you're getting a card out of them if they want to deny you this sigil.
Yeah.
So that's actually not too bad.
Yeah, the lack of like the surge bracket on a lot of these low cost, sort of low impact effects is definitely really nice.
Yeah, it actually makes them a little bit more playable. And then Future Sight, with uh, probably one of my favorite arts in the set, just because of how colorful it is. It's just create 3, 2, or 1 sigils of fate. Interestingly, though, it is an instant, so can be cycled away with Acilio. Problem is, it costs 1.
Yeah.
So that's what's holding it back from being like super good. However, I would like to propose to you something that that is probably cope, right? Sigil of Fate, caring about opt. So a lot of things here to create things that care about opt. There is one wizard that really cares about opt. That's
Yeah,
Blaze.
but counter that, we got both a Bard card and a Shapeshifter card. There's not too many slots left.
Let me dream. But
No, let me drink.
yes.
Diana came first.
Yeah. Okay, well, you're right. Well, I mean, without further ado, let's talk about it, because there's a lot to talk about with this card. And I did it again. I fucking didn't create it. Anyway. I'm going to let you start, because I've got thoughts about this card. Let me bring it back up. Yeah, so I got thoughts about this card, but as a Shiana enthusiast, what are your thoughts here?
Well, that's the weird thing, because we've never built around a specific hero ability. So the fact that you can pick any living legend hero... I mean, I feel like you'd probably just pick Kano. Like, if we got her for Sage, it'd just be Kano with Spice.
But how many wizard cards can you actually run?
Yeah. They gutted it. It's, like, because it's only one card, it feels like this is just for her, for fun formats, or weirdly, I don't know, maybe Living Legend.
Yeah, but here's the thing that again, getting back into the rules side of things, since the change to Blitz, Blitz no longer has a living legend system, no longer has living legend heroes. Therefore, in order for this to resolve, it must select a CC hero, which is why they're saying the base life doesn't change. Or otherwise, if you copied a hero from living legend that was 40 life, you double up. So this also seems like when it was designed, they had the idea of what they were going to do with Blitz in mind. Now, I do want to see if we have anything here on the release notes for this card. Yeah, it actually specifically states the classic constructed format. Yeah. So exactly like I was thinking. When Embody resolves, you must choose and name a living legend hero. The hero you name for this effect must be for a living legend hero in the classic constructed format, because Blitz no longer exists.
Which, with that list, the other problem you have is Embody Greatness lasts until the start of your turn. So any hero that resolves at the start is gone. Any Mystic hero, because you don't have access to Chi, is gone.
Well, no, not necessarily. Because you get to resolve your start of turn triggers in the order in which you choose.
Right. Therefore, so Chain would be a Soul Shackle for a go again. And I don't know if that's necessarily worth it.
Well, I mean, if there's things that trigger... Well, if you've got a Soul Shackle in play, even after you become not chained, you've still got a Soul Shackle in play. So that's there for the rest of the game, whether you like it or not. But other heroes that specifically say something about the start of turn, you could technically resolve that effect first and then the Embody Greatness change back. So, yes, that... Yeah, but... clearly from the art, they're like, do you want to be Icelander, bro?
Yeah.
Do you want to be able to play blue cards at instant speed from your arsenal? How many blue actions does her ability say wizard specifically? I think it does. I think it's not going to be as fun because it's going to say wizard.
Well, because with Shina's ability, all your cards get the text, get the typing. So everything would become a wizard card. But I don't know if this transform would count that.
Well, it doesn't say that you... Well, does...
Because her ability is, beginning of your activation, she becomes a copy of target hero, and you gain that all your cards become that class type.
Okay,
whereas this is just a transformation.
This doesn't say that.
And doesn't say it, yeah.
That really did need to say it, because...
Because if you made everything into wizard, then yeah, Icelander would definitely be the go-to pick.
Well, I mean, Icelander just says you may play blue non-attack action cards. It doesn't say wizard.
Oh, right.
It just says blue non-attack actions.
So yeah, so it'd either be Kano to combo or Icelander to go a card negative just to play something.
Yeah, what other cards do you need to play at instant speed that aren't wizard cards? I don't know. But yeah, it's a weird one. Um, I feel like this only exists because Josh Scott really wanted to put a Shiana spec into the set, and I'm like, because that's the problem, right? It's like with Blitz no longer existing in its current form, and effectively becoming a living legend format in its own right. Shiana really is. It's the same with Blaze. It's the same with Dorinthia Quicksilver.
Yeah, oh, actually, there is some pirate stuff. I didn't necessarily see if there was a thief interaction, but it is interesting. Both Shapeshifter and Bard did get a card.
So it effectively is a mini quick dodge flexes because it's defense reaction. Box 2, you defend. When the Chanic resolves, banish. You can play this combat chain. Does not say once, so technically you can just keep playing it along with combat chain. Interesting though, it has Mirage, so which Mirage is reverse phantasm. So if you ever block an attack with 6 or more, it gets destroyed instead. It's a neat card. I don't know. Maybe it sees play like against like ninjas.
Yeah, so you get the breakpoint for multiple chains.
Chains, or you force them to break their chain.
Yeah,
Because if they break their chain and
you
start a
can't
new
replay
chain,
it.
it stays in battle. Yeah. But like because ninjas care about their number of chain links, maybe.
It's a nice toolkit piece, which is again
Yeah, like
something they're doing really well is filling in a lot of gaps.
yeah, like it may not see the every list, but like it's a card that exists now that if for example Syndra becomes like massive again, uh, you've got an option there. Maybe
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah, and a blue four
Power
block
of
in that
make
regard is nice.
yeah, yeah, 0 cost blue, so you can cycle it. Yeah, exactly. Power of make believe. I think this card is so well designed. Some people getting confused on the sorry, on the purple Discord about how this card actually functions. This card is effectively reverse phantasm. So when you attack with it, if they would go to pop it with 6 or more attacks, it gets more powerful instead of being popped. However, when you defend with it, if you defend a strong attack, it itself gets popped. So it gets popped on the defense, not the attack. I don't think you ever defend with this card. I think this card
No,
just replaces.
like all the Mirage stuff is just too open to like reacts or anything like that, or slight buffs. Because either
Yeah,
the hero already has 6, or they can get to it.
I think it just replaces Chimera. I think Chimera was. Oh no, Chimera is 8. But like, yeah, like in this scenario where you've got like Enigma Chimera, which is like 876, but it has Phantasm, so it's at risk of popping. This is like 765. Like it's for the same, I think 3. Oh no, this one was 2. Okay. So it's cheaper. Not a good comparison then.
No, it's another sort of toolkit piece for specific matchups.
Yeah, like I think you play this into
Brute, for instance, where you're probably
yeah,
getting it higher, where you're forcing blocks, but because they're going to block with high power cards, you're getting that bonus.
yeah, you're getting the bonus because most of their cards are going to have to be across that breakpoint. But again, in those matchups, it proves again why you never block with it because you'll just the block will be meaningless. Cool. Shimmering Spectre. While this is attacking or defending, when this leaves the arena, create a spectral shield. 3 for 6, 5, 4, so it's less than the above. Again with Mirage and it only being a 2 block, like you like almost never defend with this even to get the spectral shield. Attacking, creating a spectral shield on the back end is nice, having 1 ward, but for 3 power, sorry, for 3 cost.
Yeah, there's some much better like spectral shield starters if that's your game plan, swinging a whole bunch of them.
All right, that's all of Illusionist. We'll get on to the second best class of the game, Assassin. Graven Gaslight is super interesting. So like we've got another set of equipment that's following the contract kit of paying silvers to get equipment back. Again, this one is majestic, so will not be in Sage. Spell Void 1.
Jam-Pack Marvel, I think it was.
Oh, Jetpack Marvel, I didn't know that. Is that in here? Yeah,
Extended.
okay, so yeah, extended cold. So Very good. So it has the same sort of treatment as the Arcane Lantern before it. And I guess my question to you about this is, like, considering that I've got the option to run Arcane Lantern, I obviously Spellvoid is free, but to destroy 2 silvers to get 1 value back seems not great when I could be buying back something else.
Yeah, yeah. Plus the fact that all of them are 2 silver, it feels like they could have been slightly cheaper. Like they could have all
Yeah,
been
like I
1
think
silver cards.
like if this one was 1 silver, like I could understand, because there's a lot of times in some games where like the only contract card you're running is like Leave No Witnesses or something, and you may only end up with a silver. But even in those scenarios, it's like, well, this is an M. Arcane Lantern is a rare.
Yeah, plus as contract, you're most likely control, so you have no problem pitching into AB.
Yeah, like you've got the resources, right? Like if you're playing something like a Rathe Huntsman, you've got the resources,
And you'd
and you
rather the
want to go
boot so
long
you
anyway.
can string together contract.
Exactly. And it's like I don't see a world in which like 2 silvers you buy back gas Graven, because like if you buy back boots as well, you get 1 block as well. Like you get 1 block plus the go again.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Yeah, it
I
seems
just
like
don't.
all of these, to me at least, are like 1 stat off. Like, well, the Blade Breaker is pretty strong, but that's
So
only after you buy it back.
no, but here's the thing: the difference between the other Graven cards, right, and Gaslight. I think I think Gaslight is so weird about is the fact that this is the M,
Yeah.
right? Everything else here is a rare, and so like I can probably see one of these slots being in the weakest slot for Assassin in Sage, right?
But
There
they also
are
needed a
like,
full kit for contract to be viable in
yeah,
Sage.
so like, but that's the thing, yeah, because you don't know which pieces of equipment you're going to run. Like I don't know if you like running all 4 seems impossible
No,
because you're never
you
going
wouldn't
to
have enough
generate that
silver.
much silver. It's just not possible. But a 1 or 2 pieces definitely, like, because yeah, when you equip it from anywhere other than your graveyard, which means at the start of the game, put a -1 counter on it. So you always block for 1 at the start. If you manage to jump through the quest or the hoop, where you get to buy it back, then you get to block for 2 in the end game, which is particularly powerful. So like I guess the contract plan is to kind of control the battlefield, build silvers,
And just have
get your
the
block
acceptable
value,
block, yeah.
and then later on in the game you just get more block and you just run them down. I guess is sort of the plan there. All right, Mist Hunter. Here we go. So we're going to see some more contracts. So they've printed a bunch of silver cards. We need ways to generate silver, especially in Sage. Contract. You are contracted to banish opponent's blue cards. Get silver if you do. When this hits a Mystic hero, search their deck for any number of inner chi and banish them. They
Yep.
shuffle. This card is so cool. I actually think that this card. Uh, I don't think there's currently any Living Legend heroes that's seeing a lot of play in from the Mystic set. But if Zen starts becoming a menace again,
Yeah, it
like you
shuts
probably
down
see,
so much of their late game. Like it's
yeah,
such a high pressure card as a rare.
yes, it's definitely sideboard if Mystic ever becomes strong in Living Legend, or if they ever go back to Mysteria and they print more Mystic heroes. Um, this the card is, and because it's a 0 cost 4, right? Like it's a great, already a great breakpoint. And you're contracted to banish opponents' blues. Mystics run lots of blues. Like it's just such a good card.
Yeah, and the fact that it's
Uh,
all in a chi too is disgusting.
yeah, every single inner chi that they've got. Like the later in the game this goes, the more painful it is for them. This card got some people really worried when they first read it, but you've got to make sure you read it properly before you lose your mind. Excessive bloodlust, 1 cost 5. You're contracted to banish opponent's reds. When this hits a hero, banish the top card if they're deck. If it's red, repeat this process
Once.
once. Once, okay? Like people stopped reading
To
and
be
they're
fair, I do
like,
that so
"Oh
often
my god!"
too. I see a cool effect, and I skip a few words going, oh yeah, this would be awesome.
And like they go, "Oh my god, I can banish Sydra's whole deck." I'm like, just like once, bro. Like, it's still good. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, it's still good. Especially in Huntsman. I think Huntsman just plays this.
Yeah. Yeah, you find
Like,
the red, and then it's a 50-50 whether or not you get the silver, but you're still happy because you've milled two.
yeah. And remember with contract, as long as it's on the on the combat chain, if you manage to give these things go again, and there's a lot more ways that contract gets go again now, you can complete multiple contracts at once. So if this is still on the combat chain, and then you do another contract and banish a red card, um, oh no, that's you're creating silvers because you're banishing more reds. But yeah, the on hit is only when it itself hits.
Yeah.
What would be cool though, is if we saw contracts that had other effects that aren't just creating silvers.
Yeah.
So
Like the
if every
the limited ones from the hunted.
yeah, like there are things that like every time you compare do something else is something that would be pretty cool. Comes in yellow and blue as well. Don't like I mean you can probably still make a case for the yellow in certain lists because it still has a breakpoint of 4, but I think probably you're probably coping if you were thinking about the blue. Yeah. All right. This is also in my top 5 arts for the set, just because Azuri's back, baby. Big Azuri fan. Stealth 3 attack. If you've hit with a dagger, this combat chain, this gets go again. Honestly, don't understand why they picked Azuri art for this, because this does not seem like an Azuri card at all.
Aside from the dagger aspect, it would be nice to bait though, because your opponent has to decide whether or not to block it if it has go again. Then you just go to the next attack, hopefully with stealth.
Yeah.
So I can see somewhat of a case, but the dagger aspect's a little weird in that regard for Uzuri.
It is strange. But yeah, I think that the other assassins love this. Like I think Marionette right now is extremely dagger heavy. So I think this probably might, and he's already running a few stealth. But most of the stealth cards he has negative on hit, so it may not make the cut. This could also show up in the other Arachne, the one that's
Slippy?
chained up. No, not Slippy. The other one.
Just normal Arachne.
Oh, well, mini Slippy. Because I'm thinking
Solitary.
Sage, right? Yeah, Solitary Confinement. Yeah, so I think Solitary Confinement might, because like they already can give stealth attacks go again, but like they would play like something and then
this off of a flick maybe, and then something else.
Yeah, off of a flick, right? Because it says you have hit with a dagger, doesn't mean you've attacked with a dagger, right? And so like, it's possible, but I'm just speculating. I think that the card has like just because it like if assassins want to go wide, it's a pretty decent way to do it. Here's the Bard card. Create
Finally,
a
a decent
Frostbite
song.
token. Song of Larynx Morph White. Create a Frostbite token under each hero's control. That is a very good song. Comes in rainbow in the set, which is new for songs, because all of the songs before that were in the
Around the table.
social play kit.
Oh, right,
the
yeah, the
ones.
promos, yeah.
Or in the social play kit. I promise I'll remember to middle click at some point in my life. Cool. Then we get to Necromancer. So this is interesting because right now Necromancer is kind of in a weird spot where if it's not Watery Grave, like how else are they going to do effects that bring stuff back from the graveyard? So the crown is like a 2-block on a helmet. It's already pretty good. So Blade Break 2, discard an ally, destroy this draw card. So you can fill your graveyard if you need to. Like that just seems good, right?
Yeah. Just speeding it up is, and the fact that it's 1-for-1 as well.
Yeah. How does that compare to the Necromancer helm they already had? I can't remember the name of it. So I'm just gonna
Headstone or Tricon? Headstone.
Tricon. Tricon's the one I was thinking of.
Basically the same thing on defend though, which makes it a little bit better.
Why have my cards just become French? Like, I've got English up here and it's showing me French. What the fuck? Whatever. Let's just, here we go. When this defends, you may discard a card with Watery Grave. So it specifically has to have Watery Grave if you do draw a card. But that's only play break 1. But you get to do it on defense, so you get both.
Yeah,
effects.
you get both effects, whereas the crown is one or the other. I think it's
other.
perfectly
Okay.
great for Sage.
Yeah.
Just speeding up Gravy is sort of necessary.
I think it's good because it says an ally, and like this is something that I've been trying to think about, like just going forward about with the Necromancer class, is because like if they want to create another Necromancer, thematically it doesn't make sense to
Have
use
Watery
Watery Grave
Grave.
and the people from the deep, right? Like
Yeah.
like you still need to do some kind of zombie effect, but like Watery Grave just doesn't really make sense. But Watery Grave is still one of the most well-designed ways of preventing that infinite recursion by like if it hits the graveyard from the arena, turn it face down. And so it'll be interesting to see where they go with that. But
it does lock in
I
graveyard
think,
play with it being discard.
yeah. Yes, I mean, well, with the Necromancer, I would always expect it to touch the graveyard because that's just where Necromancers
for
go
Shadow?
to raise the dead, right? Yeah, I think like I think that they would they'd be dealing in the banish zone a little bit more, but like it's a Necromancer, like they've got to go to the graveyard to get the corpses, right? So Mournful Casket, if an ally's been put in the graveyard this turn, gets +1. I think that's just solid. Much more difficult to do in Sage, but if you're playing Gravy, you've just got the Gravy ability, which is an instant, so cool. And you can't play Dead Threads, so you got to play something else. Reach Beyond the Grave, return an ally card to your hand, then discard a card. This one, I think, has much less ubiquitous playability because, like, you generally don't want allies in your hand.
Yeah, unless it's feeding into another discard effect. Maybe
Yeah,
the
'cause, I mean,
reshaping is
discards.
nice, right? Specifically
Yeah,
finding a yellow if you don't have a yellow.
yeah, yeah. I mean, it's Battle Worn once. You will get both effects, but it's like just like cycling. It's very rare that I
If
think
only it was
it'd be.
instant, so you could play it in response to someone trying to flip a card.
Nah, okay. Yeah. Scuttle Toes. To destroy this untapped target ally you control, destroy it at the beginning of the end phase. That's interesting. So you can pretty much use an ally twice
Yeah.
if you've got go again from another area. And this is just AB1, so they get an AB1 with a upside, which probably will almost never really matter unless you're trying to kill someone. But what do Gravies currently use in their leg slot?
Usually Mage Master to tempo out as second ally, or probably defensive. They don't do anything for go again in terms of the
Okay.
attacking side.
Well, I guess you just run this in AB, right? Like if you already need AB, then cool. You sometimes
Yeah,
get
it's
a
same
cool
to the
effect.
ninja card where it's AB
Yeah.
with upside, which just makes it great.
Yeah. Beneath the Surface. I think this card is cool. Watery Grave, while this is defending, when it's put to your graveyard from the arena, turn it face down. So like it's
just got the
which
reminder text. Oh wait, no,
reminder
because
text, but
the
not.
defending doesn't
No.
count, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's when it hits the graveyard from. Yeah, because it needs to have it on the card, or else Watery Grave wouldn't check while defending.
Yeah,
Because, like I was saying
it's
before,
textless.
if a card, it's textless unless it literally says while defending. But because it's got the Watery Grave there, it allows you to
Wait,
discard it with cards that say, and it gets the benefit of cards where it's like, oh, if you destroy a card on the top of your deck, if it has Watery Grave, do a thing,
yeah,
or whatever. So I think that's the only reason that Watery Grave is there, so it interacts with other effects in the class that say Watery Grave.
but it's also I guess the payoff for the other pirate chess piece. But then you'd still also need a blue in the graveyard because you can play it through Gravy because it's a defense reaction. If you put a blue on your opponent's turn.
Yes, I think that's sort of where they're going with it. It's like, well, you can play it from Arsenal, you can play it from hand, but if it gets into your graveyard through a discard effect or through another effect, because it's got Watery Grave, you can play it from the graveyard in that instance. But because it has that line of text on it while it's defending, it will go face down, just like all the other Watery Grave cards. A 2 cost as well, so like you would probably already be pitching something in that circumstance, and like gravy, you'd be able to get cards around. But like playing a blue card is gravy's effect, yeah, not just pitching one. So having to play a blue card on their
if a blue
turn
card has
seems-
been put into your graveyard this turn, you may play blue. You may play
I'll
cards
put it in
with
your graveyard.
auto-grave. So
Okay,
you can discard a
yes.
blue, essentially. There is ways
Yeah.
to hit a blue if need be.
Yeah. If need be, yeah. All right, man overboard. When this attacks, you may discard an ally. If you do, this gets +1 and go again. Doesn't this already exist?
As a 0/2. Wait, no, it doesn't have the +1. It just has it inbuilt. I think.
Yeah, like isn't this strictly worse than something that exists?
Oh god.
It's like
You discard an ally.
No.
There's not too many Necromancer cards. Angry Bones, no. Early Bones, no. Jittery Bones. Yeah. So it's just Jittery Bones, but you can't destroy the top deck. And it has the Jittery Bones is the +1.
It's already a 0 for 4, and it's like if that card is okay. No, the difference again, it's like it's future proofing, right? So this one's specifically checking for Watery Grave. This one just says an ally.
But it's also Pirate Necromancer, so.
Oh, it is Pirate. Whatever. Okay. I was trying to give you an out, but no, card, you just suck. You just don't get there, unfortunately. All right. Tentacular Toll. Turn up to 3 allies in your graveyard face down, then create that many gold tokens. That doesn't seem good. Like,
I don't know,
guess
maybe Aggro Gravy evolves.
I guess if you're really struggling for gold, but yeah, I don't see it. I don't see the upside here. Maybe the blue one, because the blue's only one ally for 1 gold,
and it's a blue that hits the graveyard.
It's a blue that hits the graveyard, so that turns on your ability to do gravy things, gives you a gold. I can see that one. I can't see the other ones. Like that one could have been that like a rare that was only in 1 color. Like, all right. How about some pirate? You're into some pirate cards, mate?
Any thief interactions?
Sky. Not yet. Oh, no, not yet. All right, so Skywandered number 161803. Galvanize. When this defends, you may destroy an item you control. If you do, this gets +1, so it blocks for 3. If a golden cog is destroyed, create a gold. So you can refund one of the golden cogs you made as Puffin back into a gold token.
Yeah, it's literally mini Skywarden.
Yeah.
Because you can't loop it.
No, I think that's fine for a rare, like for Sage. It's fine.
Yeah, just refreshing the Steam counters is nice.
Yeah. But because you get a gold token, so then it goes back to being able to crank with Puffin, so you can probably draw another card maybe as well on your turn. Because the golden cog just becomes a gold rather than a golden cog. So
yeah.
Shallow Water Shark Harpoon. This card is absolutely insane for a rare. I was talking about it with my friend who took Marlin to top 4 finish at an RTM and said this is a slam include. It does everything that Marlin wants. It's a yellow. It costs 2 because you're activating a cannon, which costs 4, so you generally want to pitch 2 blues anyway. You can get it back with Codex of Frailty, and then you become the assassin because it attacks their arsenal.
Yeah,
so they
it's
have
Conqueror
to put a
with synergy.
Yeah, so you because you've activated a cannon, it gets +4 and overpower. So you're looking at 9 overpower, arrow attack, hits, then creates a gold, which feeds into the rest of Marlin's plan. And if you just happen to get the absolute god draw, and it also lines up with a gold the tip, like because gold the tip says like your next arrow gets +3. If there's a yellow face up in your arsenal, create a gold, so you will get a gold just for it being there. Like there's just so much that this card does. So it's definitely going to see you play in Marlin.
Yeah, which is great to see that it's proper support that's not just restricted to Sage, and it's like everything everyone's wanted for Marlin.
Yeah, and it blocks 3. Like as a rare, this does like. I think the reason that it's a rare is it's 5 attack, not 6.
Yeah,
Right? Because if it was a 2-card 6, it would be like it would be CNC with upside. Like I think the only downside there, like the thing that CNC has a beat on is if they've got a defense reaction in Arsenal, well they're just gonna play it, right? So
yeah, but then there's always the tension cards.
there you go. And again, just but it only gets the text if you've activated a cannon. So you can't just kind of do the regular ranger thing where you just pop a bunch of pluses 3s on it and just send it. I mean, you can, but it doesn't have the anti-arsenal effect. Pirate equipment chess piece. When this defends, so play back 1, you may pitch a blue card from your graveyard. What do you think about that?
Such a head scratcher. Like the only interaction I can see is with the new gravy card.
Nah, so I think it's good because you can actually it. I don't think there's any defensive high tide cards yet. But like I could also see some interesting stuff with high tide. And it also fuels defense reactions, so you can go card. Like if you've got like an unmovable
Yeah,
in
or
Arsenal
Oasis.
or
Like there's
Oasis or
a fair few
something.
generics. I don't know how many I've actually seen playing gravy lists.
Yeah,
Or
but
Puffin sort of non-starter ish.
mm, yeah, I don't think you really want to be running too many non-Met cards in that list. But I'm interested again, going back to like the Ranger discussion, because like we said that Rangers don't really have a lot of good chess pieces as it is. And I don't think that Marlin's going to be running one of the trap chests. So,
You prefer this to one of the trap chests?
like, oh, I don't like that's the thing. I don't know, right? Like, I don't know how if
Because they're equal block.
it, no, they don't.
Oh, the
The
traps
trap chests
don't
don't
block.
block at all.
Hmm.
They don't block. So, like, if it's either because this one at least you get a block.
Yeah.
But I'm just thinking of like, do Marlin players actually want to be generating resources on their turn? Like, can they do anything with them other than defense react? So
There's
it's the
also like
same.
the weird scenario where you just take it because it synergizes once. So like you grab this and an unmovable, and that's your
Yeah,
go.
that it. And like there is that one time where it just comes together. And like I was even trying to think of like does Scurv like need stuff on his turn, and it's pretty much the same sort of thing, right? Because he's running like generics and other and that. It's just weird because it's on the defensive turn that makes it so interesting. But what it also does is it gets a blue back into the deck from your graveyard. So if there is like a blue that's really important that you want to play again, like you can get it back into the deck that way. I don't know. All right, what other pirate cards we got? Pirate, turn all cards in all arsenals face up. Then, if there's a face up yellow card in any arsenal, create 2 gold tokens as a yellow. Look, I don't think that aside from pirate and light heroes, like who's really running a lot of yellows that's going to hit. I mean, obviously, you can
It's
set up
mainly
your own
meant for you to
arsenal.
set it up yourself.
Yeah, like you can set it up your own yourself, but like as a 1 cost, maybe. I don't know.
Mm.
Maybe I'm not knowing how hard it is to create gold
In
in Sage,
Sage, yeah,
right?
without hook, it is pretty hard.
Yeah, well then I guess a way to generate more gold is probably needed.
I mean, like interesting with like an aggro Marlin, where you're just taking a whole bunch of buffs and trying to make your own harpoon. There's some merit to it.
Mm. All right. So lighten the load. This attacks me, discard a card or destroy an item you control. If you do, this gets go again. Pirate attack. Discarding a card, it seems like a downside, but in Gravy, you need to get cards into the bin. In Puffin, destroying an item, like if you've already got a cog that's about to die, it doesn't really matter. Probably not good in Marlin. Um, but I mean, I could make a case in the other decks. I just don't know if you have a slot for it.
Yeah, like Puffin, especially as a 0/4, because you tap a cog into your first one and then you use this to destroy that tapped cog. Seems okay, but again, it's taking non-mech stuff.
Yeah, and it's always a bit like I mean, it's a little easier in Puffin if you're going the cog plan rather than the boost plan
But
because
you're
like it doesn't.
basically because what non-cog stuff do you take? Because in my mind, it's this or a good quality boost, and there's more good quality
Hmm.
boost than there are these.
Right. Yeah. Well, it's also if you're playing more of a longer strategy because I mean we haven't really seen that archetype for a while, but like mechs, like old Dash, this like Slab Dash, didn't really care about boosting or going
No, it was
very
just
fast at all.
control.
It was just control, and it's about getting the most value out of each piece. And like this gives you another 0 for 4 with go again, and you can destroy an item that you don't need. So like, I don't think it's like huge at the moment. I don't really see Puffin becoming Slab Puffin anytime soon. But you know, who knows? All right, here's another fifth from the top card. As an addition to cards, players put a card from your hand into your deck fifth from the top.
For a nice 0/6.
0 for 6.
But
That's
you lose a card.
actually
So budget E-Strike.
it is budget E-Strike, but like if I'm Scurv, like I can give this go again with a drink,
Yeah.
right? Like I don't hate that at all.
Especially because unlike the
Like
other budget E-Strikes, it's 3 blocks still as well.
yeah.
Like all the emissary
So
cards are awful.
yeah, fantastic. Yeah, I don't see much of a case for the yellow or the blue, but the red, absolutely, I can see. Um, okay, it's like E-Strike was 7 at top end.
Yeah.
But effectively, if you're bottoming a red, it's like 1 for 6. It's still good. All right, we get to see some light cards now. Historically, always fun to try and uh, get the numbers in a copium way to the point where especially Bolton cards, trying to actually get there. Another Herald of Victoria. So discard this. So it only comes in yellow. Until end of turn, attack icon cards your opponent's control get -1 while attacking and defending. As a 7 as well for 2. I think that's a solid, flexible card.
Yeah, it's just missing the on-hit soul. But other than that, like the fact that you can discard it to screw up someone's pop-up.
Yeah, even without but the interesting thing, I guess, because it is lacking on hit soul, so Prism can't trigger and can't go searching, for example. I know that at some point they were trying to give support to aggro, like Herald Prism, with like all the pumps and all the rest of that. Like, do you see this more as a Living Legend card than a CC card? If like, because in Living Legend, all you're really doing is with regular Prism and old Luminaris just going like 6 wide.
Yeah, and this being a 2 for 7 is great.
So maybe, I don't know. Like that was just speculation. All right. We got any Bolton believers in the chat? Any copium? Any Bolton believers? Because oh boy, we got some cards here. So, Light Warrior attack reaction, blocks 3/0 yellow. Create a courage token. If there are no cards in your soul, return this to its owner's hand, then charge your soul. Put a card from your hand under here. So if you've got no cards in soul, this comes back to hand, and then you get to pick which card you charge with, but you must charge.
Yeah.
So if you've got literally nothing in soul, then at least this is like the only card I've ever seen that tries to not go card negative with a charge. But it still kind of does.
But
I need you to help me make this card not bad.
What would be the merit in not charging itself? So you'd attack, you'd use this, you'd charge something else, you'd bolt in to empty your soul, and then you'd attack again, play this, charge itself. But that's still going a card
Like,
negative, getting 2 courage though.
yeah, so you get courage, but you use that courage the next time you would attack.
Yeah.
So you get +1 on your next attack. And that's the thing, right? This is the thing I hate about Bolton cards. It's like, yeah, buddy, I'm using a card to get +1. Like, I understand what the archetype is. It just keeps losing cards for not enough of an impact.
Yeah.
That's the
Yeah, it
issue
has
that consistently happens.
the warrior balancing mentality, but it's aggro.
Like, you'll play a card, like I guess the best case scenario, you play this, you've got nothing in soul. You return this, you charge a banneret. And you see what I'm trying. You have so many things that need to line up.
Yeah.
Right. When a Runeblade can just go, here's 0 for 4, mate. Here's 0 for 4. I'm gonna bounce this 0 for 4. Here's a 0 for 4. You know, like it's just not good. All right. Soul Ray plating, just light equipment chest. If you would be dealt damage, you may banish a card from your soul to prevent 1 of that damage. If you do, destroy this at the end phase. Blade break 1.
So another nice double dip chest piece. We can block with it.
Yeah, but again, we're talking about Sage here. Like
it's just for Runeblade.
Are you really? Yeah, but are you going to have that enough soul for that to
Not Bolton.
Right.
But that's why it's a light equipment.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we'll give it to the light heroes that can actually win games. Yeah, sure. All right. All right. Blessing of Themis. Go again. When this enters the arena, name a card. Turn all cards with that name in banished zones face down. Whenever a card with that name is banished while this in the arena, turn that card face down. But at the start of your turn, it goes into soul. So anti-shadow card.
Also anti-mechanoid with the shuffle back now. You gotta think about all the possibilities.
All the possibilities.
You also turn off hyperdrivers from the banished zone.
Now
if they cook with Max, there's merit.
I guess. It is a card now that's in the toolkit. Duty Bound Blitz. Play this only if a yellow card has been put into your soul this turn. Go again. See, this is a good card. like more cards like this, right? Like, it actually gives me a thing. It's like, yes, I have charged a card that is yellow. I now get actual upside.
Yeah.
A 0 for 5 go again.
But it couldn't just be for Bolton.
Exactly. Even though it's got Bolton on the eye, it's like, nah, bro, this is a light action. Light action attack. Goes into all of them. But I mean, like, what other... I mean, was it Take Flight? Was the Light Warrior attack and a couple of others? There were a couple of Light Warrior attacks specifically.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, like...
it's got even Take Flight is a 1-cost 4 and you charge. So you go negative.
Yeah, you go negative, yeah. Like... But yeah, like, that is the closest thing I've seen to a playable Bolton card in forever, and it can just go straight into Prism. But they probably won't. I don't think they really run non-heralds anyway, so who knows? I'm not a fucking Prism player. We've got to be YouTube friendly. Sorry.
That's so late into this, it won't get flagged.
Awesome. We've gone deep enough. When this attacks, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's yellow, put it into your soul, and this gets +1. Okay,
it's missing a go again.
It is missing go again. 0 for 4. If it hits its trigger.
Yeah, but the worst thing is Bolton is this just feeds into itself. When you want to be stockpiling it for your next thing. Like, that's the problem. He's missing a lot of the good filler pieces.
Yeah, nothing to say about that. Alright, now to Shadow. These have got some interesting cards normally. Pound of Flesh. Man, this art is rad. Look at this.
Yeah, the first 4 Shadow cards look awesome there.
Oh, no, clicked on the wrong one. And I can't middle click them because of this website being the way it is. Love that for me. That's right. Each hero banishes a card from their hand. Each hero who didn't banish a card with 6 or more power this way loses a life. Shadow Brew, so specifically for Leviathan. Again, blue 0 blocks 3, gets a card into the banish zone. If you're in a pinch and you've got no other way to get a banish to turn off Blood Debt.
And it's
Seems
direct
solid.
lose a life, so basically mostly uncontestable.
Yeah, when it comes to losing life, you can't. Yeah, you don't really interact with loss of life in any meaningful way. So that can also, especially in a lower life format like Sage, be a game ender.
Yeah, you get them down to 2. You have 2 of these you've cycled around, and then you just banish 2 other cards.
Very cool. Deep Recesses of Existence, and some of these Runeblade names, even from back from Arcane Rising, were just so verbose.
Mm.
If you control Rune Chance, yeah, Rune Gate 4 though, that's a lot. When the combat chain closes, you may banish this face down. If you do, for each hero who has lost life this turn, banish a card from their graveyard. For each hero who lost life. So in Vinset,
You get
this
something
also
for
allows
yourself if you've
you get something
whipped
for
them.
if you. Well, yeah, if you choose to lose life, which you can do, you can banish a card from your graveyard into your Blood Debt zone for next turn.
Yeah, because Vinzet's ability is when you play Shadow non-attack, you can pay life.
Yeah, so it requires a little bit more setup, but I mean 4 Rune Chance as well. Only 6 attack, blue. So I don't know enough about the chain Rune Gate list to know if this is like a chain card. But it seems
4
like
definitely seems reasonable in
card.
the fact that it's such a big body, especially as a blue.
Yeah.
If he was available, I'm pretty sure he'd be playing this.
Okay. Emberforge Gauntlet. If this would be put in your graveyard from anywhere, banish it. Temper 2, Blood Debt. So this will always. So a lot of these other Temper 2 equipment that we've seen in Rare in this set has a lot of the other classes having to jump through some kind of hoop to get that extra block. The Shadow equipment is the hoop is you're going to be paying Blood Debt after you get your use out of it. So you always at least get your 3 block out of it.
Yeah.
And for Leviathan specifically, you can actually play around that. So,
and I feel like
grasps
were taken to prevent 2. There's also, well, in CC, because you kind of want Blood Debt. Yeah. Especially ones you can micromanage. The fact that this is 3 block overall.
Engulfing Shadows. So, with all the 0 for 4s being banned in Sage, this isn't 0 for 4, but it's also a yellow pitch. If this would be put into your graveyard from anywhere, instead banish it. This has some really big implications for CC as well. I think this is going to be a 3 of in every Leviathan list. I don't know about other Shadow card heroes specifically, but I think the huge thing about this card is you can play it like if it's in your in your banish zone before you flip into Blasphemet. Because Blasphemet, if I'm not mistaken, says once per turn rather than on your turn. I'm gonna check my working.
Yeah, once each turn.
Once each turn, yeah. So effectively, what you can do, if it's already in your banish zone, because it hits your banish zone through her effect, you're gonna turn it face down. But if you play it during the course of the game, and then it's in your banish zone when you flip into Blasphemet, you will be able to play it on your opponent's turn. So you'll be able to get way more block value out of these. And if you've got multiple in your banish zone, that's multiple turns where you'll have it. There's also a really silly interaction where if you block with a card that requires you to banish from hand, you banish it, then Blasphemet triggers as it hits the banish zone. You can respond to the trigger if you're in the defense reaction step, because you can play things like defense reactions effectively as instants.
Yeah,
and you can play out Engulfing Shadows. You can put it on top, and so then you block with it. Then because you can only play one card its own, you can't just keep looping it. So after that, and it hits the banish zone, and then it flips. But there are some really weird and wonderful ways that you can get multiple uses out of this 4 block, which I think is really cool in CC and just in Sage. Like it's 0 for 4. There's a reason all the good, like all the generic ones are banned. They're good cards.
Guardian's the one left with the whole heap of Clash, and it's non-effect
Yeah.
Clash. Yeah.
Well, I think those ones are more. Those are blocks, aren't they, rather than defense reactions?
Yeah.
Yeah,
A
well,
little
like,
bit
they've got
less
a lot
flexible.
of a little bit less flexible, but like they've still got a lot of block, and I think that's why we're also seeing a lot of
I think
on the
Runeblade's the only
horizon.
one with all theirs intact, right?
Yeah. Wow. Cool. Runeblade gets it again. Love that for them. All right. Depths of Despair. When this defends, banish it when the combat chain closes. Blood Debt. 3 for 7. So if it defends, it goes straight into banish. But if you play it, it goes to graveyard. That seems
overall,
weird.
it's just they're adding a whole lot of toolkit pieces to manipulating when you turn into Blasphemer or Leviathan a little bit easier, which is pretty nice.
Yeah. So yeah, adding more Blood Debt into the zone, even on the defense, so to ramp up that time a lot faster and make Leviathan redeemed more possible, right? Because it's trying to get to 13 sometimes was a bit challenging without more go again, more Blood Debt. I mean, speaking of go again, this one here is interesting because it's kind of like Captain's Call, I think was the card, or no, Flying High. Flying High, yeah.
Without the plus.
But it's without the plus, but it's free and it's got Blood Debt, so interesting. I'm not sure how relevant like going super wide is with a non-attack action here. Like it seems like it's more probably for Runeblade than Brute, but very good. Over to Elemental. Here's another reprint.
Yeah, also
thankfully.
from the first strike decks.
Yeah, first strike decks. So Seeds of Strength, create 3 mites. If you pitch an Earth, you make 4 mites. Just a solid card. I think we're going to see a bit of a shift in the Elemental, especially the Earth game plan to more of a setup and aura payoff kind of deal. It seems they want them to be a little bit slower and a little bit more defensive.
Yeah, rather than just a decomposed toolkit.
Yeah.
That I don't think worked out as slow as they thought it would.
No. Arc Bending. Elemental Ranger action arrow attack. Guess what? Lexi is getting some support. When this attacks, if a lightning or elemental attack would deal damage this combat chain, instead it deals that much damage +1. Oh my god, they've just done another fucking
Is it Buzzbolt? I'm pretty sure there's 2 other ones.
Yeah.
But Buzzbolt is all attacks, so this is a little bit more in check.
Oh my god, just stop printing fucking bloody ball lightning effects. They are so irritating from a rules perspective. Like replacement effects on resolution. Like there was a problem with it in Aria. Like everyone got it wrong. It's just you just stop doing it. If a lightning card was pitched to play this, it also gets go again. So it's just Lexi support. Just I mean, we'll see play in Sage.
Yeah, well, because of the go again proc, it's basically better than either Buzzbolt or Frazzle.
Yeah, so very good. Verdant Tide. So this is Elemental Runeblade actions. This is for both Briar and Florian. Until end of turn, if you would create 1 or more Elemental or Runeblade aura tokens, instead create that many +1. So it's effectively Florian's ability on a card. Earth Bond, if an Earth card was pitched to players, create an embodiment. It is important that that is after the first line of text. So the first line of text, you will get that +1 on the Earth Bond, which is important because it costs 1 go again. So if you pitch an Earth card, you will get an embodiment of Earth that will be doubled because of the first part of the card.
It's a shame it doesn't have Wizard on it with all the new tokens.
Yes. Because, it's just Runeblade just needs more cards. But here's something for our wizards. Elemental Wizard. So this is for both Icelander and Verdance. although it says Lightning Bond, so I don't know why you would play it in either of those when you could just play it in Acilio. Prevent the next 4 damage that would be dealt to you this turn. If a lightning card was pitched to play this, deal 1 arcane damage to all opposing heroes. 1 cost instant. So because it's an instant, Acilio can cycle it. And Lightning Bond, so I don't think you play it in anything that, because technically you can, because it doesn't say, it's not a lightning card, and Lightning Bond is an ability. It does not mean that you can't play it in the other heroes. You just can't get the effect.
Yeah, and then you have just a little bit lower the Colors of Aria for all the non-specific typed elemental heroes.
Yes. Yeah. Moving on to Aldi E-Strike. So, someone said to me that they wanted E-Strike to be a Marvel, and that's what they got. You've got a Marvel E-Strike. Stop talking about it. This is the one you get. Right?
There's still
this
the
is
one
the one.
Marvel in the Antiquity pack.
This is the one you get. Like it's cool that it's Marvel that you can get from just going to a coin.
It's every elemental hero has a chance at Stravo.
Yes. So you get +2, you get Go Again, you get Dominate, you can be Starvo. Obviously, it is Majestic, so not going to be seen playing in Sage. But the obvious synergy here with Colors of Aria, while it's face up with any zone, it's Earth, Ice, and Lightning. And this specifically says, as an additional cost to play this, you must banish a card from your hand. You banish Colors of Aria. It is face up in a zone, so it is Earth, Ice, and Lightning. Colors of Aria, you cannot reveal for fuse costs because it is not face up in a zone. Your hand is not a zone. But it is good for anything that says Bond, because Bond requires you to pitch a card to play it. And so when you pitch this card, it is all of those cards because it is face up in those zones. So works with Ice Bond, does not work with Fuse.
Cool. Clear cut.
Yes. Speaking of, we've got the suite of defense reactions here for each of our elements: Ice Bond, Earth Bond, and Lightning Bond. I think that the Ice Bond one is probably the best.
Yeah.
But I mean, the Stormwind one is also not terrible to create an embodiment of lightning. But in the lightning decks, you really don't want to be pitching a card defensively, because you just have less cards to go and strike with. I mean, if the defense reaction's in your arsenal and you're just paying like 1 card, so you get to keep 3 cards, I guess that's not bad.
Yeah, for a Go Again, but they're sort of already built around having access to kind of easy Go Again.
Yeah, and I mean, like, I guess if you're playing Earth and you want to go for more of a defensive strategy, like pitching Earth cards probably isn't the hardest. And I mean, if you're Oldhim, you just pitch a blue Earth card, and then you've got this and your hero power, right? So
yeah,
like,
how much does Oldhim cost?
However, on that note, though, like if you're using floating resources and a card says, and an ability says something was pitched to play this, you do not get that effect, because you must pitch it as part of that actual activation. So let's quickly look at Oldhim, because I'm pretty sure he says
Oldhim is pitched as well, yeah.
Yeah, so you can't. I mean, he's also 3, so you can't really double dip it there. But yeah, specifically, if you are playing the card and pitching it as part of that cost, you get the effect. You cannot use floating resources with a card that is in the pitch zone.
But it's perfect for Crown of Seeds and Rampart.
Oh, good. Excellent. Crown of Seeds. What a card. All right. Laden with Earth. I think these 2 cards, these Laden cards are like, again, all 3 Laden cards are like really cool art. Your next attack gets +3, another Earth Bond. If an Earth card was pitched, you get an embodiment. Laden with Frost, same thing, but for Frostbite. And then Lightning, same thing with the Lightning thing. I think, again, the Frost one is just really good.
Yeah, because it's always fair value. You're putting 1 in and you're taxing your opponent 1.
Yeah, like it's just, and not only that, like getting +3, especially on things like Jarl, I'm just gonna get his crush effects or his other effects over the top
Yeah.
way easier. So like, it's almost a no contest here. It's just like the frostbite ones are just way better. Like Earth, possible as well
But
because
then you
like
also have the
you want to
whims
be
of
doing
the next hand you draw and how many non-attack
yeah
action.
yeah. But like it's the same token as like if you're playing things like um the not felling of the crown,
Wow.
but sorry,
Wow under?
no, the rare one.
Oh, the rare one. God.
I was talking about it this morning. I can't remember. Cadaverous Tiller. If you play Cadaverous, I think that costs 2. So like you
Great.
can play both of these. It is 3. Damn it! I'm so bad at this game. Uh, like what's 2 cost then?
Wow
Like
under's
you've got
2.
2 costs. Plow under. Okay. So I mean, because I'm just thinking, like, can you pitch a blue, like a blue Earth? So you get the +3, you get the embodiment, and then send something else for +3 damage. Like it's not the worst. And this is obviously going on to the next card in the list. I mean, the lightning one's just kind of bad. You just play lightning press, um, and because lightning press is free. Uh, but this card here, Chorus of Rotwood, since the banning of the defense reactions, decomposing was becoming a little harder for these heroes because they lost a lot of their way to do it on their opponent's turn. And a lot of the like all the other ways to decompose were on attacks. So it was like you could generally only decompose once a turn. And so seeing a way, I mean, obviously this card doesn't have go again on it, but having a potential way to like decompose a couple of times in a turn is really good. Creating 3 root chance is awesome as well, especially if you are already switched on, like because uh, in Sage we're
Half.
using young heroes.
Yeah, only 4.
It's halved. It is only 4. So it's way easier to turn on, and then all of a sudden you're creating 6 rune chance. That seems pretty good in Sage. Like 6 damage. So you don't even need to decompose at that point, right? Like
Yeah, because that's the other thing. It's not tied to its decompose.
no, because if to decompose you get an embodiment of Earth, but the 3 rune chance is just tacked onto it. Like that's just you just resolve the card and that's it. We still have quite a few to get through, so
Yep.
we've been going for quite a while, but we will get there. Sowing Thorns. This card is very good. So this is like another one, kind of like the Marlin one, where I think it's going to see constructed play as well. So gain 1, decompose another way for people to Verdants to decompose in the early game. That's not reliant on attacks. You can banish 2,000 action card. If you do, you may search a deck for an Earth Aura with cost less than the life you gain this turn. Should reveal it and shuffle, put it on top. So not into the arena, shuffle, put it on top. This is an easy way to get Ring of Roses out super early. So it's another few copies of that. And then later on the game, block 3, still an Earth action. And if you happen to have Heartbeat of Candlehold into this, you can search up a tree. It seems also pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty much all I got to say about that. You got anything else?
No, I'm looking at the Earth Auras, and yeah, it's really just Ring of Roses. And
So
then
like,
channel
there are
if
a
you
couple of
get a
others.
whole bunch of life to combo off.
Well, in Sage, if you're speaking specifically about Sage, I think there was like 2 others. I think
There's some
there was like
sigils, because it is Earth Aura specific.
yeah, I think that there's also Harvest Season, which will allow you to gain 3 at the next turn. So like if you're playing a more long strategy,
Yeah.
because that's just a common. And I think that the other one I saw was Strong Yield. So that one gives you a first attack +3. So if you want to, but again, because it doesn't go into the arena, you've still got to set them up.
It's also cost less then, so you'd be able to find a 0 off of itself.
Oh yeah, just of itself. So you will need to gain life to get the other ones, like in another, like more life. So through other effects. But if there's someone who can gain life, it's probably Verdants.
Burdens, yeah.
Limbs of Lignin Vitae. This we already saw other pieces of that set, I think, in Rosetta. So this is just putting that into the arm slot. It's cool. think it's a Helm of Lignum Vitae already exists, I think, and I think one other piece. This is an interesting card though. Doubling Season.
Especially with the Might card from earlier.
Yes. So while this is face up in any zone, if it would gain power, it gains that much +1. And it also combos very nicely with a card we're about to talk about. So, but it is a 3 cost, right? So this is a huge build around card. Like
Yeah.
you need to have other ways of doing it. But it's a cool build around card. Oath of the Oak just creates some embodiments. Meh, that's like whatever. But yeah, Sprout Strength. Your next attack this turn gets +1. Your next attack this turn gets +1, and your next attack this turn gets +1. So obviously that is templated like that, so it can. So this cards like Doubling Season can get it 3 times. Also, cards like Thrive,
Yeah,
I
Thrive.
think was another one.
But then Flourish is one of.
Flourish is one of, yeah. So Thrive is the other big one, but I think Thrive's a Majestic, so that's more for other non-Sage related formats. I don't know what else to say. It's a cool card. All right, getting to the ice cards. Monolith of Agalsia. Choose one or more. Destroy target thing. So
Frozen thing.
Frozen thing. And there is a lot more ways to get stuff frozen, it would seem. It seems like that's the archetype they want for Jarl. So they want him to freeze things, they want him to break things, and then they want him to put Frostbite places. Frostspike. So we saw this in the Icelander precon. To great effect, I might add. So it's an instant, create a Frostbite token in exposed zone. If you play it on your opponent's turn, obviously, as Icelander, you'll create an additional Frostbite token as well. Does it need to be in the arsenal because it's an instant? It's also a blue.
If it fizzles, though, do you still get the Icelander?
Well, it can't fizzle anymore, so the rules change.
Yeah, because it only has the 1 text effect. I guess it's just it's just an ice blank card. If you choose to do it that way.
Yeah, because it's an instant. Yeah, these are things because instants are weird. And it doesn't say target, right? So you would play it. It would check for an exposed head. Like it would check for a zone. If there's no zone that it can do it to, it just doesn't do anything. So you can still play it out for nothing if you so choose. And I'm pretty sure that's something that they would put in. This little, it just gets Shiana card.
It's not even Shapeshifter. He hasn't done the spec, but that's the first time they've done it that way.
Yeah. What was the name of it? Frostbite. When it resolves, you will create a Frostbite in an exposed zone of your choice. This can be in one of your exposed zones or in one of your opponent's exposed zones. Creating a Frostbite in an exposed zone creates it under the control of the player whose zone it is. So that's important. If you have an exposed zone, it is a choice because it doesn't say may. So it says create a token in an exposed zone.
Yeah, so if they're fully equipped and you're not, it can't be a Frostbite in a pinch with Icelander.
No, it cannot, because you need to put it in your own zone. Well, like if you're playing nothing else that turn.
Yeah.
I guess, because it doesn't matter at that point, right? Shattering Grasp. Destroy this. Destroy target frozen ally. Blocks 1. That is just anti-ally tech. Good to see. To tech card. Channel the Cradle. Channel Galcia's Cradle. When it enters the arena at the start of your turn, freeze target ally or item or equipment while this is in the arena with Channel Ice. What do you think about this one?
I feel like that's the first... No, there's put them on ice, because I feel like all the previous freeze were freeze or pay by the opponent. Because the fact that it's uncontestable, you play this, then you gauntlets.
Yes. Well, this action doesn't have go again. So you will need to sort of like, and that's the if you can't pay the channel cost, because you don't pitch to this.
No, but you could Icelander it out.
Yes. Yes, because you would need if you're going to play this on your turn, you would need to find a way to get something to pitch to something else in order to have a ice card in the pitch zone. But yeah, like you're saying, if you have it and you play it on their turn as Icelander before the Channel Ice resolves at the end of your turn, you would Shattering Grasp because it does have go again. So cool. Conquer the Icy Terrain. I also think this was in EA in the gem pack.
Yeah.
When this hits a hero, they may pay 2. If they don't, you may destroy a frozen card in their arsenal or a frozen non-hero permanent they control. That to me is funny, non-hero. So I don't think there's anything that freezes heroes yet.
No, but I would assume non-hero also means demi-hero.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's specifically there for singularity.
Right, because you can freeze that equipment, yeah. But I mean, like, you can still destroy equipment, so it's like, yeah. It's cool. Yarl card. Put on ice. Freeze up to 3, 2, or 1 target ally till the start of your next turn. This is played from Arsenal. Draw a card. Like, it's cool and like to slow down when like gravies get multiple allies out on the field. It replaces itself, which is nice. It has go again. I just wish it didn't cost 1.
Yeah, everything's gotta be fair. It's another case of like the beat chest in Rhino where they're sort of taxing them around Icelander specifically.
Right.
Like if this was
Yeah.
just elemental, it would probably be a 0.
Yeah, because you can play it from Arsenal as Icelander on like well, that way you're only freezing 1, but you get to draw. So yeah. Sigil of Voltaris, a lightning Runeblade instance. So specifically for Aurora, a hero I don't really think needs support, but this is a set that has stuff for everybody. When this enters or leaves the arena, deal 1 arcane to target hero. At the beginning of your action phase, destroy this. Blue 0.
It's just not the
Instant
instant.
lightning. It's a lightning card.
Yeah.
Turns on all the things that say, "Have you played a lightning card?" I'm glad that says Runeblade and not Wizard. So yeah. Strike twice is deal 3 damage to any target. If you've done arcane to an opposing hero, you may play this as though this was an instant. I think this is balanced snapback. So, but it's a lightning wizard action, which is relevant. So it's lightning. I
Yeah.
don't think I have much else.
And so if they block out your first thing, you can't play it.
Yeah. Voltic Vanguard. Prevent the next 2 that would be dealt. Activate only if you've played an instant. I think this card is good because a lot of decks would in the lightning space were trying to buy the Aurora deck because like it had a helm that sort of had a similar effect, I think. But it was only blocking 1, but it allowed you to cycle something. I don't remember. But this just gives a more defensive option, so people don't have to go and hunt an out of print armory deck.
Yeah, the cap of quick thinking, which was prevent 1, discard, instant draw.
Yeah. So I mean that one's probably still better, like overall, just because
it's not
you're
really
discarding,
conditional. It's less conditional.
and you're cycling.
Yeah.
It's less conditional, and you're cycling a card in a pinch. But again, that's a majestic. This is a rare, so you can actually play this as Sage. There's a lot of rares here, actually. Lightning instant until end of turn. Lightning and elemental attacks get +1 while they have go again. Oh, okay. We needed more cards to make Lightning Greaves good. Seems strong.
Yeah, especially as just a yellow.
It's
like
a yellow.
like
it's instant.
Could have been red.
Yeah. And I feel like in those sorts of like combo lists, like you probably only need to run like one of these. Because
Yeah.
you're drawing so many cards, you'll probably see it in your combo turn. So overcharge for 1. If you played an instant card, this chain link, this gets +3. Natural go again. So they all have 1. It's +3, +2, or +1. I mean, there's heaps of ways to play instants in lightning decks, but I don't know if the 1 cost is going to make it.
It feels like that's a little rough when you already have
Yeah.
access to plenty of other, like for instance, Flittering Charge is basically the same stat line minus the block, and then go again if you played instant.
I mean, it seems like it could be like another copy of that, but yeah, with the 1 cost, probably not really going to make the cut in the lists that really want to go fast. And then we saw the reprint of Cloud Cover. Yeah, and now we're on to Draconic. So I haven't seen any Draconic cards aside from the 2 that were shown the other day.
Yeah, the ones from the buy.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you got called out for how you were pronouncing that. I saw someone in your comments going, "Is this an inside joke?" Like,
Interesting though with
all
Cloud
right.
Cover, it's
Yep.
the full set. Whereas I think it was
Yes.
only
This
yellow.
was only in. Yes. I don't remember it definitely being in the full set for sure. So, but whether or not that actually sees any constructed play, because I mean, I know it was not bad in the first strike deck, but
Well, an instant like a red event 3 instant with the other synergy that we've seen is pretty nice.
yeah, okay. Especially, and that's the thing. Like, it's going to be interesting to see what premier prevention and damage mitigation effects make it into Sage, right? Because like straight up prevention is hard to get. Like it's not like I can just discard a shelter and have a great time. So uh, we have Haboob, not quite Habib. It is Haboob. Go again. At the start of each turn, put a storm counter on this and then destroy it, unless you destroy an ash you control for each storm counter on it. Attack action cards get -1 while attacking or defending.
But that's all as well. I guess it just emphasizes
Yeah,
dragon play.
yeah, it is straight up dragon play, and then it's meant to protect your phantasm dragons.
Yeah.
So it's meant to be like a herald of triumph, but for dragons. Uh, and but destroying ash is an so like before we've seen like in burn them all like banishing red cards, which they were able to do fairly easily. Uh, I don't think they have a huge amount of ash to spare, especially in
In non
Sage where you
Sage,
don't have
no.
access to things
Like the
like when
generation is very limited.
yeah, like I've seen a few Sage lists that run like the helms that are like pay 3 draw a card and
Mm.
they'll use that on turn 1 to kickstart their engine and create 3
Yeah.
ash and then kind of use that, but like generating ash for the rest of the game is only really them kind of pitching to their other dragons. So uh, it is an optional effect. So you can choose to not destroy ash and then destroy that.
Yeah. I think if you're
So
getting probably 2 turns of use out of it, you're happy.
yeah, especially with the format probably being as fast as it's going to be. You know, against and like you only really bring this in against decks where you think that they're going to have like, against the brutes, against the guardians, because it also not only defends your dragons, but like it also means that you know the brutes go wide turn is or -1 on every attack, right? So like your
Yeah.
wild ride -1, your claw -1. No, sorry, action cards only, so not the weapons, but any attacks that they run. So you're getting value that way as well. So interesting card. Inflame the Firebrand. On attack, if you control 2 or more Draconic links, it gets go again. 3 or more, your attacks are Draconic. 4 or more, this gets +2. This is another card that has had misinterpretations. So, from a rules perspective, uh, there are certain times where triggers can go on the stack and certain times when triggers can resolve. So this says specifically when this attacks. So when you play the card, nothing happens until it resolves. So it's on the stack, people can respond to it. Then you enter the attack step. And when you enter the attack step, before the block step, is where on attack triggers go on the stack. So when this attacks, that attack trigger goes on the stack. And at that point is when it is verifying how many modes it is going to effectively resolve. So when it attacks, it checks how many Draconic chain links you currently control. It counts itself because at that point it is an active link. So effectively, if you attack with one thing that is Draconic before this, you will get go again. If you attack with two things, all attacks are Draconic, and then 4 more you get +2. What this doesn't do is you can't go like attack with the Draconic thing, Kodachi this, and then get your Kodachis being Draconic. That's not how that works because you've only got 2 Draconic links at the time of the attack. What this is really good for is things that count Draconic links at like the end of the chain, such as
Any of the Art of the Dragon
is one of
cards.
them. Art of the Dragon cards also love this as well, yeah. And yeah, it's a red hot Art of the Dragon. There's like one other one I could think of, but like other than that, it's
There's also the
Rupture.
flicks.
Rupture is
Yeah, the like this needs to be Draconic flicks for Syndra.
yes. So yeah, all in all, like very good card. Like it is still like it's not a chain starter, but if you just have one other Draconic attack before it, at worst it's a 0-2 go again. That is a Draconic link that serves the rest of your game plan, right? So, like, if you went, and I think it's like super good in Fire because you can go like Draconic starter, Emberblade that. So
yeah, for me it was mainly that it's definitely a workaround to fealty for Fire.
Yeah. Smoldering Steel. This is for Fang. Target dagger gets +1, and when this hits hero, deal 1. While this is in your graveyard, if 1 or more Frostbite tokens would be created under your control, instead you may banish this. 1 or more. That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
So
better Thor.
Yeah, better Thor. Stuff you in Arctic incarceration. And it's a Draconic warrior attack, so Fang's daggers are going to get their natural +1 and go again. It's free. It's fine. Fine card. Here's another one. If 1 or more Frostbite tokens would be created under your control, you may destroy this with Guardwell, so you can still block 2 and get the anti-Frostbite effect for it. Also very good.
But also worth noting, like for instance with Icelander, because they're separate triggers, so it only clear 1. If they play an ice card that creates Frostbite and Icelander as well.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, only for one specific instance, that's right. When this attacks, you can discard a Phoenix Flame to do draw a card. This gets +2. Slam including Defy. Like, even though it costs 1, you're drawing a card. It's replacing itself. So
yeah, and it's gonna be easy enough just to fish out a flame, discard that, convert that into probably a 3 extra value in terms of attacking.
Yeah, it's just straight good. 4 feathers, 1 crown, 0. When this attacks, it gets +1 for each card with Phoenix Bannerman in its name in your graveyard. And then we have 4 Phoenix Bannermans. They're all legendary, which is significant. You can only have 1 in your deck. Each of them search for a Phoenix Flame and put it into your hand. And they all create a different token. So I don't think there's a world where you run all 4.
No, I'm thinking the Ponder and probably a Might or Vigor, depending on how red line you are.
Yeah, definitely the Ponder, and I would probably go more towards the Vigor than the Might. There is an argument for 3, even in a deck that has 2 Phoenix Flames, because you would be pitching one back into the deck, right? Like, so you can keep searching the one you pitch into the deck.
Yeah.
You like with Fire, you're always going to start with one in the graveyard, so there's only going to be 1 in the deck. So that kind of changes the numbers a little bit, although you can get the one from the graveyard and pitch it. So like, so at best, if you were doing like, no one's going to run legs. Like,
no, so it's probably a 0-5.
So, like, the only time that I could think about the agility token, right, is if you were running flames in another Draconic hero that's not Fire.
Mm.
And if you were building around that kind of a scenario where you had more flames for some reason, I could probably see that.
But that also feels like taking some pretty low value cards for not really a whole great payoff.
No. Yeah. And I mean, like, yeah, because what's your Bannerman payoff? Like a 0 for 6. Ooh. I mean, like, sure, the number's great, but they'll then go again, and there's so much setup to potentially get there, right?
And if you find it early, rough.
We've got a reprint of Phoenix Flame, just in case you went around for Uprising. You get your flames. Then we go into Mystic. So a lot of these heroes we haven't seen in Classic Constructed for quite some time. So this is going to be Sage and Living Legend specifically what we're going to be talking about here, unless, in the future we see another mysterious set.
I don't think I've seen the Enigma art from the trailer, though.
Okay. So could be still a Majestic hiding in the wings, maybe. But well, this is 261, and then it goes straight into 262, so there's no gap there. Interesting. So Serpent's Kiss for new. When this attacks, create a Fang Strike or a Slither. If you've transcended, you get both. When this hits a hero, look at the top 2 cards of their deck and banish one of them. It's a blue, it's a 0, it's a 3. This does literally everything that new wants to do. And I think that this will be a slam, including Sage.
Even in CC. if she ever comes back.
Oh yeah, well, I don't know if it's. See, I know new was played in some LL decks in Worlds, but I don't know what those decks were looking like. But and 0 cost 1 attack stealth, it does so many things all at once. Notably, it's an attack trigger. So when you play the card in the layer step, you can respond to that by playing, because you've already played a blue. You can then play a chi card, which transcends. Then you let Serpent's Kiss resolve, goes on, puts its attack trigger on the stack, and it will see that you've transcended. So you can actually play Serpent's Kiss, and then you can transcend off Serpent's Kiss with 1 chi card. Kind of cool. Wax and Wane, choose one or both. So this is for Enigma. Put a +1 counter on a blue aura. Put a +1 counter on target aura with ward you control. If you choose both, search your deck for an inner chi, reveal it, shuffle, and put it on top of your deck. That seems like it does way too much for one card that is also blue.
Well, it's sort of a hard condition, the bind a blue aura. Because, the biggest one would be what's left in for Sage. Ward aura. Not Rage Spectre, because that's Majestic. Solitary Companion, I guess? I don't think there's too many of the instants left. Waning Vengeance.
Yeah, the one that looks like a wolf. That was played in most colors.
It opens you up to playing just more blues and making up for the Majestics you've lost. In my eyes.
Yeah. I mean, searching for chi and putting on top is also cool, because that then feeds into your next turn. Because, at the end of your turn, you're going to draw up, you'll have a chi, and then you'll be able to pitch into Enigma if you need to. So, Zen. Shapeless Form. Whenever you play an attack action card with Ephemeral, choose a name, it gets the chosen name. Go again. So, Ephemeral, mostly going to be Tigers. Yeah, it's going to be Tigers.
It's better Shifting Winds.
Shifting Winds. What's that? Look. Oh, yeah. Maybe play Crash Tiger, name a card against it. Yeah, so it just does that to Ephemeral. But, I mean, Shifting Winds at least gives you 2 Tigers. Right?
Yeah.
But, yeah, I can see what you mean.
For this, you can just sort of play whenever.
Other Ephemeral cards exist.
Yeah, but you only really have access to the Crouching Tigers.
Yeah. So that's it. I know, there's, as far as Ephemeral attacks, that's it. There's no other card exists. The only other Ephemeral cards are Slither and Fang Strike. And then other cards reference Ephemeral. But right now it's only Crouching Tiger according to the list there. So, but I mean, that's obviously can future-proof them for other cards that they want to make with that keyword. Another cloaked piece of equipment. For a chi, turn this face up and put +1 counter on it. At the start of your turn, destroy this.
So if you can force chain closes, you can reblock with it.
Yes. So if in a world where that happens, getting 4 block out of a rare equipment would be incredible. What I'm interested about is like why this is a condition. So we can't block with cloaked equipment, right? So turn this face up can be part of an activation cost. But it's like this could have just been like 2 block, and it's like pitch 3 chi, just turn this face up.
Probably future proofing against stuff that plays against cloaked.
Like it's
Like flipping it
yeah, I
prematurely.
get maybe. Yeah, it's still it seems like a weird way to template that, but yeah, you're probably right. X card. Recede to misform. Mystic instant. Choose
There you
X
go.
equipment with cloak you have equipped. Turn them face down. Very good.
And it's an
Does the
instant
counter
too,
say
so there is potential for crazy value.
does the plus one stays on it when it's face down?
That's on you.
No.
You said it
I
doesn't
think so,
exist
'cause, like,
technically, so a
no,
counter
yeah,
can't
because
exist.
cloaked equipment it should not yeah, it does not exist as an equipment piece if it's face down, so it should lose the counter. I wonder if our release notes tell us. You choose X equipment with cloaked ability where X is the cost of value, X is 0, it's fine. When any objects in the arena are turned face up to face down, they will still count as the same object and will retain any counters on it when it turned face down, including -1 counters, energy counters, etc. This is a rule change beginning with Compendium of Rake. Okay, I am not a bad judge. Okay. They are changing that rule so it is actually still what it is while face down. Because before, if it was face down, it did not have any of its types. So there you go.
Yeah,
Rule
so plus
change.
or minus
You will
counters will stay.
stay. So that's very important then. So like if you do have those in hand, you could potentially block 2 and then because at the start of your turn, destroy this is a trigger. If that no longer is a viable target, but again, this is now a new rules change. So let's look up kimono because if you turn it face down, does it get destroyed?
Neither player receives priority.
During the start phase. At the start of your turn, destroy this. But like if it's face down, turning this card face up is fine, but if you cannot turn it face up, you can't. Third choose at the start of your turn, you will destroy it when this triggered effect resolves. But if it's face down, does it still have its effect?
It shouldn't, because it should go back to not existing except for the counters, right?
Yeah, but we've just read there's a rules change where it still retains its effect and it would still counts as the same object. That's important because if it's the same object, then the game will remember it using last known information as well. That's weird. I think that probably needs to be clarified. If it goes face down, does that delayed trigger still resolve? I think it will. Unfortunately, I think it will. So you can't then flip it back up and then get a 3 block because that would be kind of insane. If you do that on the same turn, though,
Yeah.
like with 2 chi, then you probably deserve to block 5 if you can jump through that hoop. But I think that delayed trigger will still resolve. That's how I'm reading into that at the moment. But again, disclaimer: do not assume any answers are correct. We're still learning here. But that's cool. Very cool. Fluid motion. If you created a card this turn, this gets go again. Tokens are cards. Really cool for anything. Like you're creating slither tokens. You're creating tigers. You're creating spectral shields. Doesn't matter what you create. As long as you create something, it gets going. So, very good. Same with Manifest Muscle. If you created cards, it gets +1. Does not say for each card. Okay?
Yeah,
If you have
dream
created
shattered.
a card, 1 card, you get the effect. Same thing, defense reaction here. While it's defending, if you've created a card, you get +1. So, I actually can see Mistborn Protector in Enigma lists because, like, you would pitch to create a shield, and then with this, it's technically a block 4. But I mean, pitching a chi to do that, so it's probably not great. So yeah, this is another one that references ephemeral cards. So your next turn gets +1, and the next time you create a card with ephemeral, you create that many +1, so you can get an extra tiger. or an extra Fang Strike, technically.
Full Slither.
Yeah, or Slither if you want to go really wide, which actually makes you could on a new activation turn if you're up against Guardian, having 2 Slithers would be kind of sick.
Yeah, this in conjunction with like the boots, and then just playing a whole bunch of big stuff from their grave and from their banish.
Yeah. Search your deck for a cheat, reveal it, shuffle, put it on top. I think it's too slow.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad they've kept them in check with it not just being card for a chi. It does feel a bit slow. Like it could have maybe had a cost and then been a card for a chi.
Yeah. But, and then your next attack gets go again, and then same thing, you can create more ephemeral cards. So.
Well, there you go. You
Really
got 3 go agains through that one. Just fatigue new. Play out their banish.
Yeah, that's actually pretty good. So I think that even without that line of text there, because it's a mystic card, blue 0, you can cycle it, right? And
It's next attack
just
as
being
well.
able to, it's just straight up next attack. So doesn't say anything other than just that. So being able to do that with cards from your opponent's banish is pretty strong. And then we get to chaos. What do you think about these? What do you think about chaos as a talent?
I'm glad it's getting support because I didn't think it would. And
Did you think it
I
was going
like
to
these
get this
cards a
much
lot more.
support?
Huh?
Yeah, like did you think it was going to not only support but this much support? It's
Yeah,
it's like eight cards. All right, so topsy turvy. This was the judge card that was really funny. Destroy this until end of turn. If one or more cards we put on top of the deck, instead they're put on the bottom. Arcane Barrier 1. More of that Arcane Barrier with upside potentially. This card kills Opt. Kills Opt dead. So until end of turn, if you were to opt that many cards, they must all go to the bottom. Full stop.
but you do get to order them.
Yeah, I get to order them, but I mean, it does not affect cards that say look, because you're not actually putting a card somewhere. Very important distinction. If you look at the top card of your deck, if it tells you to put it somewhere, then it affects it. But just looking, it does not. I think that came up in a couple of questions. Descent into Madness. Attack reaction, 0 cost, blue, 3 block. Banish a random card from the defending hero's hand, then they draw a card. I don't know about this one.
Yeah, it's perfect for chaos. It's literally, you think that next card is better or worse?
Yeah. And yeah, it's like, it's not like you can be contract me and like know what the next card they're going to draw is as well. So yeah, it's weird. This card though, I think is going to see play. Concoct Disorder. When this attacks, each hero puts the top card of their deck face down to their arsenal. If 2 or more cards are put in arsenal, so this gets go again. Even though, excuse me, it costs 1. This into block strategies, into Guardian, into decks, even in CC that like to run gems, like the Fables.
Oh yeah,
You can
that's gonna be
easily brick somebody's arsenal real easy, especially Guardians that are running blocks. Once a block is in the arsenal, it's game over unless you've got a way to cycle it or you let a CNC hit or something. Like that's just is what it is. Like if you manage to hit the right card with that effect, you can severely cripple your opponent for the rest of the game.
Yeah. And then even if you have go again, the fact that you could get an arsenal card out of it, like say they have defense reaction.
Yeah, you get a card in the arsenal, and like for example, because I'm playing a lot of Marionette, you can arsenal almost any card in that deck, and it will still be fine.
Yeah.
Like you're not running any Fables, you're not running any like the weirdest card probably is like Razor's Edge, because you need to have an attack action to play it on. But you've got attack actions throughout the deck, right? Or attack action with stealth. So you're generally fine with whatever card it gets put in your arsenal. So yeah, and then like if you know that this has got go again, and for example, like your last card in hand is a Leave No Witnesses, like it's just you're just having a good time, right? Yeah. Hyperinflation. This is 0 for 4. Go again. with a very interesting downside or upside, depending on how you look at it.
Well, it's good for dagger Arachne.
Yes, absolutely. Because like what you can do is play all of your dagger pumps first, then play this, then your daggers.
Yeah.
Uh, so and what that does then is it makes your opponent's defense reactions cost more. So
Yeah,
we're wigging
I
out
can
on
see
that
the
spec.
merit to it.
Yeah. So very cool. Revered brute specifically. So tough nut only. If you have less life than each other hero, this card's base is 6. Otherwise, it's 0. So it is a blue 6 when you're behind.
Feels kind of rough. I mean, his whole strategy is built around that, but that's
I think
like one of his
that is
biggest
the whole revered
weaknesses.
thing, right?
Huh?
The revered thing is you must be lower life,
Yeah,
whereas the reviled thing is you have to be
right.
higher life. So a
Yeah,
lot of the other stuff is like with the revered, you always want to be slightly behind.
but that's the worst thing is like control, just throwing out rock. Is you gotta
Yes.
tiptoe around health.
Mm. Yeah. And then like it's interesting because it's also a 3 cost to attack with it.
Yeah, it's
In the
just there to pitch and hopefully get the toughness.
yeah. So I mean, probably will still see. I mean, in Sage especially, it sees the list, but I don't know if it'll make into constructed. All right, we're up to our last page. We're always there. Uh, Energy of the audience. This is for Pleiades. If you have less life, this gets +1 for each aura of suspense you control. I mean, already as a yellow, 3 for 6, slightly below rate, and then if you have 1 or 2 auras, it becomes good.
Yeah, it's something to do in between your pop off turn, which is nice.
Yeah. Yeah, and so not a terrible arsenal for those turns. So you can just keep blue and just send it. So yeah, I don't know. Like the block slop strategies probably won't run it, but it could be include into Sage. Comeback kicks. Whenever the crowd cheers you, if you have less life, you may destroy this. If you do, gain 1 action point. That's interesting.
Yeah. As tough
So that
nut,
can be
that's
for
super nice.
yeah. So that's for Tough Nut or for Pleiades. So interesting for yeah. I'm just trying to think
Pleiades is
about
a
how
bit
you would
weird
have
because
enough.
it'd be like something into Moment Maker, but then that
Yeah.
also means you're playing out a cheer. Because tough nut, at least you can just
Mm.
use his ability.
Yeah, but you've also got to like to get the use out of it. You're gonna have to still have the resources to send an attack and then something else, right?
Yeah.
So, uh, by the way, emboldened by the crowd is really interesting to me. Getting cheered on the defensive turn to get a 0 for 6 defense reaction.
Yeah, it's another sort of weird fringe case because, like, yeah, an
Yeah,
easier in tough nut, but then what's the other 3 resources going to?
exactly. Uh,
I guess it goes well with
and then
what's the arms? When you defend, you can pay. Great toughness.
oh yeah, and create toughness. Yeah,
Boots to the boards, or even dig in.
we had Hulk up. If you have less life, this costs 1 less. So that could be a 3 for 8 if you're behind.
Yeah, but more importantly, it's another blue 6.
Yes, that is very important for our friend Tough Nut. But I mean, 3 for 8. I mean, Pleiades is gonna love that.
Hmm.
Stadium security. While this is in your arsenal, if you have controlled a toughness token this turn, because the toughness is destroyed at the start of turn, or if you've created one this turn, this gets ambush. So you can defend from arsenal
And
with an
it's
attack
got a lower
action.
base, so you can use the toughness a little bit better.
Yeah, like if you've got, uh, and it's fine with multiple toughness as well. Like there are some times where,
Your opponent just wastes them
uh,
with their opening attack.
yeah. So and because it will then allow you to kind of go card, like keep a 4-card hand where otherwise you would probably not be able to. So it's an interesting card as well. So not sure that I see it making like CC lists, but
There's
I mean, it's a
no,
cool card.
there's some decent stuff here though, for at least some help in Sage. I wouldn't
Yeah,
say
yeah.
necessarily enough, but still, what's sort of
No, but that's the
necessary.
thing. Like I mean, by enough, like you're probably talking about, yeah, some of these classes are probably not going to go and win callings, but like with some of this support, you'll at least be able to play the heroes that you have been missing from CC in Sage at an armory and have a good enough time, right? Unless you're a chain enjoyer, I guess. Um, but other than that, like, all right. So going to Reviled now. So Chain of Brutality. This has 6 or more power, so this is RKO card. It gets go again, and when this hits a hero, the next attack action card you play this turn has 6 base power.
So you get a
That
double dip on
seems
his ability.
really that seems really strong.
Yeah, like this, the quality works a little bit better here in my eyes than the tough nut or
Yeah.
please.
Yeah, like because you activate RKO, and that costs 4. Like assuming that you pitch 2 blues, you've got 2 up for any other attack. But like even if you don't,
Well, the idea
like
there
a
is
lot of your
it's meant to be chains, and then something would go again. That's low power, so it gets buffed, and then the new claw.
yeah. Oh, the new claw. Yeah, right. Yeah, of course. Walk in my shoes. If this has greater power than its base, it gets +1. When this deals 4 or more damage to a hero until the end of their turn, their base power and attack of attack action cards they control are halved rounded up. So they get the
Live.
downside of Lyeth.
Yeah, and they can't turn it off, and they don't get an extra card.
Yeah, that's cool. Um, to make it crush though is a tall order, but with mites and with other pumps that Lyeth is already running, absolutely possible. I can't imagine the block really mattering, like the halving of the block, because you're generally going to end your turn on this. It's going to crush them. It's going to halve their base power and block. Obviously, halving block is huge. Sorry,
Yeah,
halving attack is huge for their turn. But like it's like the halving of block's really probably not going to matter because I don't think you're ever going to be attacking again as Lyeth on that turn because at the end of their turn this effect is cleared.
and it's attacks you control. Does that shut down KO in the sense of discard?
Yes, because it's halving base.
Hmm. Yeah, so that's pretty devastating.
But you don't control cards in hand. You only control cards that exist in the arena. So for discarding from hand, it does not affect it.
It'd be like
But
the pitch zone, so any of the new cards that are,
yeah, the pitch.
if there's 6 or
Yeah, so
more in
any
the
of the
pitch
cards say
zone.
in the pitch zone. In the pitch zone, absolutely, it'll affect that. Um, it will affect anything that changes zones or goes from the the arena to the graveyard. Going from hand to the graveyard should be fine because it will only halve its value once it's already in the graveyard, and by that point it's already checked
You die
for
to
that
Beast
discard.
Within.
The relationship of an object that controls which player can activate its abilities, or the relationship of chain link that describes the player controls of that. So use objects, cards, layers, and effect. The controller of an object is the same as the card macro layer that represents it. An object does not have a controller if it is not in the arena or on the stack. Yes, cool. So that I knew. And that is when this is put into a graveyard from anywhere other than the combat chain, banish the top card of your deck and lose 1 life. So you're going from the deck to the graveyard. So the deck is not part of the arena. Lose 1 life. If it has 6 or more. No, it's the same as discarding from hand. So it's not in the arena and it's not in the graveyard when that check happens.
And the same would be for clashing. If you
Yes,
crush someone and then defend with a clash. Yeah, their
Yeah,
cards
so
would be halved.
they would not be halved because they are in the deck and not in the arena. Yeah, so objects that are not in the arena or on the stack do not have controllers. So then
Yeah.
they effectively are.
And then the wording on
'Cause
KO,
if we
for instance, is own instead of control.
Own, yeah. So that's the big thing here, right? So because like 1.21a says the owner of an object is the same as the card macro layer that represents it. Otherwise, it has no owner, right? So you're saying that you own your cards, and the cards that you bring to the game you own. So looking at the only other thing that you can probably look at here is what actually is the arena, right? The arena is arms, chest, combat chain, head, heroes, legs, permanents, weapon zones, um, arsenal, banish, depth. Actually, sorry, graveyard and banish are not actually part of the arena, so it doesn't matter if it's hitting the graveyard anyway. So cards in the graveyard aren't.
Oh, look, and there you go,
Yeah,
pitches in as well.
Yeah, so pitch is also not part of the arena, but you still control cards with pitch. No, I guess you don't. You don't control cards with pitch either. So because it's not on the stack or in the arena. So
Yeah. So it's basically just halving damage, which is still plenty strong.
Yeah, it's still good. Cool. Line crosses. If you have the same life as a hero, it also counts as you having more than them and them having less than you. Really good for turn 0. So I don't actually know what other reviled arms are around there, but this could be one of those situations. This could be one of those situations where, like,
it incentivizes going
if
first,
you're
so you can get the
yeah,
two triggers easily.
Yeah, where you would carry 2 arms in your equipment loadout, and if you lost the roll, for example, and you were made to go second or you were made to go first, it could change what equipment that you bring in for that. So yeah, and then we have the snarky prick. When this attacks a hero, look at the top card of their deck. If it's red, destroy it, and this gains +4. 0 for potentially 5.
Yeah. And the mill. I mean, it'll have its
Yeah,
matchup
and I mean,
uses.
like, yeah, it's just a, I think it's just a good life card. Yeah, insult to injury. When this attacks, if you have more life than them, it gets go again. 0 for 3.
The great blue
I mean,
KO.
yeah, I was gonna say the blue's probably. I don't think the blue's probably good in both of them, really, in Lyeth as well, because you've got a 1 that you could potentially buff and get go again, right? So
yeah,
but like definitely better in RKO for sure. Then bad breath. Haven't seen this one. Intimidate target hero. The next time an attack you control hits, create 3/2/1 might. Now that is a life card.
yeah. Just 0 intimidating is just awesome.
Yeah, 2 block. So the blue one becomes slightly less of a slam dunk, but yeah. All right, then we get to the generics. Well, I don't think we need to talk about any of these like stupidly good reprints that have been needed for a long time. We got Balance of Justice, Crown of Providence, cards that people borrow all the time. Fiendal Spring Tunic. There's an entire collector's argument about that reprint. Stonewall Gauntlet, Quick Dodge Factors. Like these two have needed to be reprinted for the longest time. Even though Quick Dodge isn't actually that old, it
filled a
it's just
void
a
that there
card.
just wasn't anything for.
Yeah, it's just a card that needs to exist more of. Same with Bodge. I don't think Bodge has been reprinted, right? So cool. And then we got some new rare generic equipment, which I think this helmet is really cool. So if you control a gold, it gets +1 block, right? So you can block 2 temper. Action 2, destroy this. The next time you would draw a card from a gold this turn, instead draw 2. So you technically aren't getting any additional value.
No,
because you have
it
to
counts
pay
as
2
gold, but
into
isn't
this.
gold.
But it counts as gold, it isn't gold. So you can still draw 2 from a single gold, effectively activating it twice. It's an interesting design. I don't see like the major thing yet, but like
What helmets do Guardian have? Because my mind goes Victor is just free block overall.
yeah. They've got a new helmet where they get AB1.
Otherwise, yeah, it's Ice and Peak. So
Oh, I that incredibly sick Marlin player I was talking about has entered the chat. Sage Marlin hat bracket. Marlin still unplayable in Sage close bracket. We were talking about that great harpoon before, and I still think that's Sage playable. It's obviously not as like sky high without gold the tip and codex, but I mean, still good.
Yeah, it's still
good rare.
Arsenal potential disruption.
That harpoon is so good. And then we've got some of the other. So Burnished Bunker Plate. This is the one you were talking about before.
Yeah.
Destroy this. You may add an action card from your arsenal to the active chain link as a defending card. So this is pseudo ambush.
Do you remember what card I mentioned it on?
No. I think maybe it was a Mystic card. Mystic card. Oh. No, actually, no. Sorry, no. I think I do. I think we were talking about the chess piece when it was the pirate chess piece. We were talking about Marlin because it was the pirate chess piece where it was like you can pitch a blue.
Yeah.
And it's like, what chess piece does Marlin or do the pirates run in Sage? But specifically Marlin, because Marlin now has access to the new Ranger traps in the chess piece slot. So it was like, do you run the new pirate one because it blocks one, pitches 3, then what would you do with Thara's resources? And then you've also got the trap chess pieces, which can generate value in a few different ways but don't block. But then you've also got Burnished Bunker Plate, where you could block, I guess, with an arrow, but doesn't that slow you down as a ranger? I feel like that's probably not great.
Yeah, and then all the action cards are 2 block.
Because, yeah, I mean, it does say action specifically, so not just attack actions. So, it's a weird one. Unyielding Grip. If you have no cards in your hand, it gets +3.
Actually, no, I think it was because it's at the defense reaction step.
Yeah.
What was the card, though?
You can add an action card.
Yeah, I feel like it was one of the new traps, right? Because they're just actions. So you'd either have to block with them at the start, and their effects might be hard to trigger, or you could use this, use them as defense reactions.
From Arsenal. So you're still technically jumping through the old hoop of it having to be an Arsenal and it being a trap.
Yeah.
Yeah, sick. If you have no cards in your hand, it gets +3. So I said at the top of this, and when we were talking about Warrior, like the way that you, with the way that we don't want to power creep things is just print shit with 3 block on it. So we now have a generic equipment that technically has 3 block on it. But
you have to give every single card. I mean, it's nice against Reiner. And it's nice as
it's nice against Reiner. I think, yeah, Tough Nut if you're playing Rock, I guess. In case you didn't block out. Unflinching Foothold. Instant. Destroy this. Target attack loses and can't gain Dominate. Block 1 legs. It'll see its place in some matchup. I think they realized they tried to print that Determination card. The one that ended up just being a gravy card.
Fearless Confrontation, I think.
That one, Fearless Confrontation, yeah. They were just like, yeah, we need to find a way to counter Dominate. And then it just turned out to be a card that would just be the only way that you can reduce attacks targeting allies. So they were just like, that's where it ended up. So more anti-Dominate. Probably going to see Sage play if Azalea becomes rampant.
Yeah, I mean, across the board, there's not really a great way to contest Dominate unless you're a class that has a whole heap of defense reactions already. So like Elemental or Runeblade.
Yeah, so I feel like that's potentially where that might see some fringe play, but it still blocks one, which is nice. CNC, New Art, East Strike, New Art, Shelter, New Art. There's, again, heaps of different discussions that can be had about that in that area. Then there's the Me cycle, which I haven't seen yet. They all cost 1, which is interesting for generic actions, but I think these are these are anti the negative tokens. So like Clear Water is if you can destroy a Blood Rot and gain a life, you can destroy an Inertia to gain a life, you can destroy Frailty to gain a life, and your next attack gets +3. I think the Sapwood one, destroying Frailties, might see some sideboard stuff in Assassin. because their daggers are so important to a lot of their game plans.
Yeah, and just overall, it's more value. Like inertia, you can basically just play around by not having to arsenal unless you're a class that really wants to arsenal. And then blood
Yeah, like
rot.
I mean, you might see this like in like as a one-off maybe
But the
in
weird thing
like
is, if you're
Ranger.
trying to arsenal, then this is kind of negative a card anyway.
Yeah, but like if you're, but I'm saying if you're a Ranger, right, and you're already like again, like I know that the joke was you're only pitching the Death Dealer, right? But if you're already pitching for and to load an arrow, um, and you're going to have an arrow to Arsenal, this still does give you a +3. Like it's not just nothing.
Yeah, and
And
they're all
so you
three
are
blocks as
going to
well.
be yeah, and like yeah, 3 blocks on generic actions are kind of rare. So um yeah, do these come in cold? No, rainbow. Guess that makes sense because they're not items. Some items are coming cold. Yeah, this one. Ransack and Raze. Destroy target landmark with cost X. Create X gold tokens. Go again. This is where I actually want to give you some credit here because I think you might be right.
That the
I
final mechanic for the year.
Yeah, I think yeah. So you don't print a card like this unless you've got a plan. Like this to me seems straight up like when they printed uh, Call to the Grave, right? It's like at that time that card almost made no sense. It's like who
Who
cares
really
about
wants to graveyard a card? Yeah.
yeah, and you look at it and you're like, this is just planning for something. Necromancer's probably around the corner. That's why in the Rosetta thing, I bought my 3 extended arts of those during Rosetta when they were about $90. Because I'm like, this is just signaling something. And I was right. And so I think Ransack and Raze, because right now, this is like an anti-library card,
Yeah, which is still fairly
I
decent because it
guess.
means the decks that don't want yellows, you have a blue to do just that, and you get something out of
Yeah,
it.
and it does block 3 as well, right? So, like,
Like
yeah,
Guardian's super happy
but
with it. If you can destroy a library
mm,
and get 2 gold, that's pretty good.
that is pretty good. But yeah, I think that this is signaling something. I think that this is going to be a much more important card in the sets ahead. Destructive tendencies. We're seeing more of the robot monkey. Choose one or both. Remove all counters from target item token. Remove all counters from target aura token. Instant 0 blue. This just seems like a tech card for like against especially like Runeblade or Mech. Um,
What's the
I
wording
don't.
on Enigma's weapon? Because will they lose go again? That's pretty nice if you shut down go again. Osmos, I think it is.
Yeah, Cosmos.
Not Cosmos.
Cosmos. Cosmo.
Cosmo.
Scroll. So during your weapon, auras you control with ward are weapons with base power for their attack. Your aura attacks with 1 or more +1 counters get go again. So yeah, I think that is statically checking because it can go both ways. Because get and have are synonymous. So yeah, if you remove the +1 counter, it would lose go again.
Yeah, so yeah, it is a really nice tech card. Same with counterers. Can you respond to no? Because they're at the start of the turn. I was thinking if you could get rid of a steam counter at the trigger. But I think all
No.
cranker start.
Yeah, it'd be anything with steam counters. It checks at the start of turn. Pilfer the Tomb. Banish one or both. Banish target instant from an opposing hero's graveyard. Banish target yellow card from an opposing hero's graveyard. Okay, so that's just anti. That's just gravy hate, really. Banishing target instant. I don't that ever. Who recurs instants?
I don't think there is any way to recur instance because all the recurrence effects can't target instance. Like
No,
remembrance is anything
so
but instance.
yeah, so I don't know. That's a weird one. Shatter Sorcerer. This one's cool. Destroy target aura permanent with sigil in its name, or prevent the next 1 arcane damage that would be dealt to target hero this turn. Generic instant blue.
That's pretty
Very,
good
very
because of
clearly.
all the ones that ping on leaving, you can destroy them and prevent it.
Yes. So, yeah, it's just a good card. And what that also forces them to do is if they're, like, for example, targeting it with a bounce effect, you can destroy it in response. Now, obviously, with the change to the rules, that doesn't immediately end their turn, right? But you can stop them from getting a sigil in hand and probably break a turn. So I think that card's probably going to start to see sideboard play, especially because Acilio right now is kind of going nuts. So we'll see.
Pilfer also
and then Drag.
stops the rebirth cycle with Prism. That was pointed out. So you could turn off Arclight Sentinel.
Which one?
So
the Pilfer Stone. Yeah. I was looking at Shadow Sorcery, but I Pilfer. Yeah, okay. It's, the instant it'd be Arclight. Yeah. I don't know that you would run. I guess you're banishing a yellow card as
and
well.
And you can hit two
like,
with it as well. Because you could hit one Arclight off the instant and one Arclight off the Banish Yellow.
Yeah. And then finally, it's Drag Down. When this defends an attack, it gets minus whatever, and the defense reaction has 0 block. I am interested as to like when that becomes relevant, rather than it like just
if it was
being
just straight block.
If it was just straight block. So it's kind of, I guess, because when you do damage calculation, it always goes, and this, I had this up because I knew it would at least come up once, and I'm glad that it came up on the very last card. Because when we're talking about substaging, you always go like add before subtract. So like if something goes up, like the point is like you can't go to like -1 and then back up to 2.
Yeah.
Because when you're adding effects, it goes add then subtract in the substaging. So
the main interaction I can think of would be Tower.
Yeah, okay. But when does Tower actually like? Is Tower on attack or just always checking?
It's always checking if it's 13 or more.
It's always checking. Yeah, okay.
So yeah, if you can't block it out, at
If
least
this has 13 or more effects. Yeah, okay. No, I mean that's a good counter argument or a good reason. Like at least there is a reason, right? And that's all of them.
For now.
That was we got for now. I think that was like what, a solid 4-hour card review.
Just 280 cards to go through.
Yeah, it's like an entire set, like you said. Any closing thoughts?
Someone also pointed out the Ranger mechanics of if this is greater than its base. But I feel like a -3 wouldn't be enough.
Yeah, so we've got a lot. Yeah, I mean, it was some good discussions, some things that I hadn't seen before, and hopefully that back and forth, having both opinions was useful to either audience.
Overall, there's a lot of great just toolkit pieces here. Like I was expecting, third to 2/3 reprints, but it's actually proper quality cards, even without the limited chat.
Interesting thing to me is that, like, because this is all of the commons and rares they've said.
Yeah.
So then actually just straight up, even the like 4 classic constructors, so for the things that aren't banned, like I was thinking that like right now, even getting cards like Fate Foreseen and Sink Below are becoming harder for newer players to get 4cc. So I thought that this kind of being that kind of core set product, like, well, maybe they slide it in here. But then I started to think, well, maybe they did, but maybe it's just not in the main set.
Yeah. Yeah, there's still the 10 rares for the Antiquity pack. But again, at one a box, it's not really throwing up supply.
Yeah, it's not really a... Yeah, but like, you know, it's something, and then like your established players get your good ones, and then they give their non-good ones to other people, and let's have a look at the Antiquity pack here. Just have it on screen while we finish up here with that really nice looking border there. But yeah, so it'll be interesting to see what happens with Sage. I think after this, I'm gonna go watch that video, the dev talk about Chain, uh, and see exactly what's going on because I legitimately thought we had at least because I was always of the opinion that like because everyone was saying Chain was this big animal, it's just gonna make Sage like unplayable, and I was like, well, yeah, but like they've always said that Sage as a format was meant to be released with Pen, so clearly they must have something in mind for Pen to either bring him down a peg or to bring people up to his level. And that's not the case at all. The
No,
devs
so it
have just
was
been like,
just
no.
as soon as they announced how they were going to handle the banning, that was automatically the dev pick.
Yeah. So I believe because it's one from the community, two from the devs going forward. Is it three per season that are getting benched, or is it one? Or sorry, two. I'm
Probably
pretty
have it
sure it was
somewhere.
three. Yeah, I think it was three.
I'm pretty. Yeah, I remember it being three. I can't remember if it's 2 and 1 or 1 and 2.
Two community, one dev says chat. That's
There
probably
you go.
right. Two community, one dev. So we didn't get a community vote this time because we haven't actually played the format, but the devs were like, no, Chain is too good. And so I don't know. So when he comes off the bench at the end of the season, is he immediately up for like re-vote?
I'm pretty sure
Or does
because
he,
they didn't say anything
yeah,
against that. It's just the whole cycle nature where if he gets banned again, then it'll be 2 seasons.
yeah. So you don't have to waste a ban on him in the next season
Yeah,
after that because he will already be out for 2 seasons. I wonder if there is a world where like that doesn't happen, right? It's like because for me, I think, and my prediction always going into this is that the first community vote's going to be Oldhim. Like that is an absolutely oppressive deck to play
yeah,
against, and I just do not think it is fun in the slightest. I think I had more fun playing against County Blessings. Like honestly, at least I felt less of an inevitability against County Blessings.
yeah.
So
That's the
at
same
least
for
in
me.
it,
Would be Chain Oldham and then probably just what the most egregious aggro deck currently is.
yeah. Well, so assuming that that's going to be the next three. So we're assuming that Chain's going to go again and it's going to be Oldhim, which is probably the correct. Who do you think currently stands as a risk
Lexi.
in that space? Lexi,
Yeah,
yeah,
especially with the stuff they've given her. There was no need for that.
yeah. There's no need for her to get support in the way that she did. So yes, I 100% think that that's a possibility for me.
It's that or
Like
Death Dealer kind of has to go
yeah, I
because
think
her
that
Sage Bow is worse than the normal bow.
yeah, I think that Azalea right now is where I'm gonna sink. I think that Azalea, with the tools that they currently have, especially with their showing even in that precon that deck, I think Azalea is probably going to be one of the strongest decks in the format.
But it feels like
And
Dominate is
so
an easier thing for them to fix
yes, I mean, well,
overall.
I guess that they've already tried that, right? We saw those shoes that could remove Dominate from something, so maybe that's enough, right? Like maybe if you can stop like that one swing attack, maybe it'll be all right. But like I'm worried that it is going to take over, because like, but it also is one of the only things that I think that might be able to actually punish some of these like block decks.
Yeah,
Because if it's only because if they're gonna and we've seen this a lot, like you said before, like they're running a lot of those like 4 block cards that clash and do all that stuff. If they got dominate, it doesn't matter how many block cards they have. So if they're running lean on defense reactions that they can put into arsenal, and they're only running block cards,
problem is
then
aside from
dominate's just gonna
Azalea, it's Guardian into Guardian.
yeah, uh, very much so. Um, But other than that, I think it's great that they. I think honestly, as someone who paid $500 for an eye, I think it's great they're reprinting it
Yeah,
in non-foil for the competitive players. And as a judge, I love it because everyone always tries to get me to proxy their eyes because they're so expensive, and I'm like, unless I can see it in the deck, you are putting that card in your deck. You play the cards, man. Now they've got an option to get a non-foil one, so that shouldn't be an issue anymore. I don't think that they're going to print it into the ground. I don't think there's going to be a huge spike in supply that's going to cut these prices down to zero. I think that like there will be a small adjustment in the short term, but I think in the long term, as more of the new players come in and maybe get some of these newer art treatments of hearts and eyes, I think that people will start to look at the foil ones from the past with more reverence, and I think that their price will hold. So
yeah, that's a good rationale. I generally find both the Eye and Heart, especially with the bordering, better.
Yeah, like, and that was the big talking point, like with the Fiendals as well, right? Like, why would you do that in extended art again? And like the riches and stuff, like the art on them is very good, right? And that we're definitely not disputing that, and it's going to sell boxes. But it's like, I think over time, as Pete and someone said it, I think it was MinMax Games this morning released a video about it, and I think they were saying like over time, as because like Magic and stuff has this nostalgia built up over decades
Yeah.
and decades.
Yeah, we're
And so
still
as
far
Fab
away from that
gets,
for Fab.
we're still far away from that. So if you get to the point where you're like 15 years, 20 years down the line, and someone pulls out a rainbow foil heart from in the original art back from the day, it's going to have some kind of reverence. And I think that while you will see a dip, I think it is going to recover, especially in the long term.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it with Tunic before as well. Comes down and
Yes,
then slowly
repeatedly,
creeps
right?
back up.
Absolutely. All right. Well, that's pretty much everything that I had to talk about.
Next sets. Monarch, landmarks.
Okay. All right. You want some predictions for next sets? Okay. So for me, I think that we are definitely getting like they've already said that like Monarch 3 was meant to be in 2026. We've got set 19 and set 20 coming after Pen this year. I think it's going to be set 19. I think they've got something that we haven't seen before for set 20. So my call is that the set after this is going to be the Monarch set, and they're just going to do Aurora in the expansion slot.
Yeah,
They've
because look
I
at
don't
this
think
and the
they're going
amount
to
of
do
like elemental support. It doesn't
yeah,
feel
like
like
for
cheap
me,
punch.
no, and I think that like looking at this in particular, because people were like, well, what? Because if you look at the back of a card, they always seem to go around the card. Where does Compendium of Wraith sit in that? And like basically, because of how many elemental cards that there are, as well as the fact that the elemental cards got the special treatment for the calling promos, I actually think that this is using the Aria slot.
Yeah, yeah, that's
So
reasonable.
I I think that they've got a lot of the elemental cards in here, and like we've seen support for all three elements across like multiple pages here, right? Like there's a huge amount for each element. So earth, ice, elemental, lightning, they all got a huge amount of cards in here. So it would surprise me a lot if they went back to back with elemental stuff. It just doesn't seem like they need it. Whereas if you look at more of the light and shadow stuff, while there is some stuff in here, I don't think it's anywhere near as much. But I mean, I could be wrong, right?
No,
I
well,
think
we're right there.
that
It's like half the size.
yeah. So like, I think that that's. I think we're going to see uh, the next light and shadow set, and it's interesting. This is likely going to be the first Fab set where we don't get a new hero. As much as I'm on the Blaze Cope, I don't think it's going to happen. So
Well, because that's the
we
thing with what's left. It has to either be in the Antiquity pack, which I don't know, maybe the 10 rares, the 10 rare heroes, or it has to be a Majestic, so a new adult. And then Terra is probably the only one I could see.
it's like Blaze Terra, yeah. And but even Terra, like right now you've got Jarl who's sort of around that sort of area, right?
Yeah.
But it's a case of in that interview, James was like, we're trying to fight the bloat of CC Living Legend heroes on the Living Legend board, and we want to invest in our current stock of heroes with this set. And it's like, well, if they're going to do that, they don't want to add any more to the Living Legend roster, as that goes against exactly what he was saying. So, if that's the case, which I believe it is, going into the next set, we are almost 2 years since a wizard, because it'll be almost 2 years since Rosetta.
Mm.
So I think that we're going to see a light hero of a class we haven't seen in that talent before, and my two picks are Ranger or Wizard.
Yeah, yeah. I think Light
So
Wizard
it's either going to be a light,
because it'd be like an aggressive cleric, and that'd be the way they do cleric.
yeah, like light wizard, because then you could banish. Because like in order to have a light hero, they have to have a soul mechanic. That's just how that talent is designed. And so you'd be you'd be effectively playing Vanguard. You'd be soul blasting, right? So you'd be you'd be banishing cards from soul in order to either deal damage or to cast spells as instants, right? Or Ranger would be that you banish cards from soul to create like light arrows that you can shoot,
Yeah.
or something like that. They were the classes that made sense to me in that. But aside from that, I do think that Bolton needs to have his outsiders, because for people who are here and played before Outsiders, it was called the Azalea tier for a reason. If before Outsiders, Azalea was an unplayable mess, and then after Outsiders, she became a powerhouse to the point where she's now a living legend, right? I think Bolton needs his moment, and he needs his Outsiders. I think.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Like for Monarch, I'd expect, probably, I don't know if they'd necessarily do a new Runeblade, right? But it feels like Vincent needs a bit more. So it would be Shadow Runeblade to some extent, definitely Light Warrior, a new Light Hero, and then Necromancer would be my pick. Cool. I think Chris is gone. With the new Command and Conquer art, could it be that set 20 will be massive story conclusion for Monarch? There is that thought. I mean, all we know is Monarch's coming this year, right? It was promised as a 2026 set. And then that set 20 will have something mechanically that they've always wanted to do, right? So for a lot of people, they want PvE. Probably never going to happen, right? There's no real rationale for them to funnel resources into developing PvE because it wouldn't work marketing wise. It'd be close we got Smash Palace, for instance. So yeah, the thought is either Monarch is the middle set, and it could still definitely much be the story conclusion, and then something mechanically, which I sort of think landmarks, right? They've been dabbling in them, and we just get a whole string of landmarks that work a bit more efficiently across the board. Maybe each territory, each of the 9 places of Rathe, or then some more specific class stuff, which would be interesting mechanically because then they sort of feel like a stable thing, like when Hearthstone introduced quests. If anyone remembers that, that'd be my rationale. Set 19 Ice Lighting, set 20 Monarch 3. Dev Talk includes hint that Chain is a large part of the story, and it's been dropped for a while. Rationally for me, I feel like they just sort of misstepped on Vincent, and it was like an overcorrection compared to Chain. So I wouldn't be surprised if they, bring out a new Chain. Well, that's all good. At least it was after we got through all the cards, right? So good timing in that sense. But yeah, because for instance, if we think about it, right, with the majority of classes, heroes, etc., you got 5-ish rares, yeah, and then 6-ish commons, basically 2 play sets, because not all the variants are gonna see play, right? But then if we go over to Elemental and Warriors, sort of similar, right? So I mean, comparative sake, and it is 2 to 3, so there is a slight difference, right? But likewise, there's 1 for each hero, and then 2 rares, a playset, 2 rares, or 1 for each hero, 2 rares, playset, right? And then for for Elemental in general, we have the Elemental cards, we have normal Elemental cards, normal Element cards, right? And there's just, overall, it seems like there's a lot more support. Everything they've gotten, especially in the sense of the rare playsets, are actually a lot more functional, rather than just the stock standard, here's your 3 colors. So it does feel like they've invested a bit more into Elemental in Compendium than most of the other classes, hero sets, right? Not to mention we still have, Majestics to see, and we can sort of find the card gaps. I'd assume Fabry might be up already. They always do the gaps, make it nice and easy. Let's see, spoilers, Compendium, go placeholders, there we go. So this is essentially all the Majestics that are left, right? So 2 for Brute, 1 for Guardian, 3 for Guardian, 1 equipment for Ninja, 2 cards, etc. Right? So it does seem like everyone's getting 3-ish, which makes sense because Brute has the Savage Claw, right? So 3 Majestics a piece, roughly 5 rares a piece, 6. But again, you do lose some of that to just colors that won't generally see play. I don't know why I'm circling in on the Warrior ones. That's not quite it. Whereas both Mech and Elemental have seen a lot more love, it feels like. But yeah, it's pretty much the same all around, right? Looking at it. You have 1 Majestic piece Runeblade, 2 cards to come. Wizard 1 and 2. I mean, this is probably the most routine set we've seen from them, in terms of everyone gets a similar amount of love, again, with a little bit of exception. But I don't think there's any like really standout places. Again, you know, going back to Wizard, if it is a Blaze adult, you'd expect to see it before the equipment, so it could be, right? 106 could be Blaze. Light, one more equipment, one normal, nothing for specifically Illusionist or Warrior. Elemental, one equipment, one Earth. Well, there you go, no Majestic equipment cards aside from Majestic normal cards aside from Elemental Strike. But still sort of the one and... Do they get any equipment? Any normal equipment? I guess not. But yeah, it just seems like there's a lot more love in the set for Elemental overall. It'll still be interesting to see the final dash of cards, right? This is a curiosity as well, because this would be heroes then in my mind, because again, all the rares and commons have come, so this is essentially 4 Majestics, right? And Majestics tucked at the end. Heroes, possibly. I don't actually have Compendium up. Go Fab. But I counted out the 4, and the only card that was missing was the Fate token. Or Wizard, specifically. So it's just the Majestics. I guess anything that comes is just strictly a Marvel, which they have done before. Which is another rationale to consider, right? It could just be 4 Marvels at the end for something. And don't have a direct rarity associated to them, because it's not like a straight upgrade, it's just a new card. So yeah, so aside from the 4 at the end, maybe being Chase-In set, the 10 rares in the actual Antiquity pack, just Majestics, right? So, can't say never to Blaze or Terra, for instance. There's room in Earth. And, well, they technically go for equipment, so yeah, there is room in Earth, right? Although, would it be Earth Guardian and come somewhere in here? That I don't actually know. But for Wizard, Blaze being just normal Wizard, it could definitely be there. And have we seen the art? There was 2 pieces that were Blaze-esque, weren't there? Fire Burns Within, and then the one chucking fireballs, which I don't think we've seen yet. Who knows? But I think we'll leave it there, right? If you're still around, Chris, thanks for hanging out and going through the cards. Definitely a fun time with a whole lot to look through, and definitely good to have some rule opinions, because I'm notorious at misreading cards the first time around. But I think we'll leave it there. So anyone hanging around, watching posts, thanks as always.